Chapter 1585. If he could pave the way for his future, even if they were his enemies, he had to make use of them. I just don't know if they will mess around like last time. Originally, the last Dragon Phoenix selection was to select talents for the White Tiger Tempest meet. But that incident happened. It made Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Divine Phoenix Continent lose face. It shouldn't be that bad. After all, Dragon Phoenix Mountain personally sent people here. Moreover, it is said that there is an old man called Dragon Phoenix among the people who came this time. Although I don't know him, the Wine Demon's sword said that this person is not bad. At least he is fair. The Moon Maiden replied, "Then let's go and try. If there is a situation like last time, we can just make a big fuss again. Now in Divine Phoenix Continent, no one can completely suppress us." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "But little man, you have to know that once you step out of Divine Phoenix Continent, you will face a completely different world. At that time, even I might not be able to protect you. Do you really want to go?" The Moon Maiden asked. "If I always hide in my turtle shell, I will never be able to become a person above others. The Divine Phoenix Continent is only so big. I can't hide here forever." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Back then, when I was in the Heaven Realm, I stepped out of Heavenly Dragon Continent. Although I encountered a lot of injustice, I have never regretted it. Because if I didn't step out bravely, I wouldn't be who I am today. It will be the same in the future. Go to White Tiger Continent and see the genius disciples of one sect and 4 countries. Only in the competition will I have a better breakthrough. Since you have already decided, I won't say anything else. However, I want to follow you." The Moon Maiden suddenly smiled. "I can't stand the pain of missing someone. Moreover, as you said, I have stayed in Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent for too long. It is time to go out and take a look. I wonder if those old friends are still alive?" "Old friends?" Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden curiously. He knew that the Moon Maiden had experienced the Ancient War. Did those old friends also survive the Ancient War? "Don't guess blindly. You will know when the time comes. Moreover, there is a debt that I must settle." The Moon Maiden's eyes glinted. "Sister Yuenu, are you talking about your disciple, Yihua?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I once said that Yihua and her boyfriend took away your moonlight heart. I will definitely help you get it back." "Thank you, little man. But you have to work harder to fulfill this wish." The Moon Lady touched Ling Xiao's face and smiled. "Yihua is very strong. She has long surpassed me, not to mention her man. That guy is a true monster. I even suspect that he isn't from the sealed world at all. Am I not a monster enough?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Yes, my little man is even more talented than him, but he still needs time to grow." The Moon Maiden felt a sweetness in her heart. After being betrayed by her disciple, Yihua, she thought that she had lost her feelings. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. She had to thank the heavens for sending her such a person. 2 days later, after stabilizing the original disciples of the Black Crow Empire and establishing the Black Crow Province, Ling Xiao brought the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf back to Forest Sea City. On the day Ling Xiao appeared, all the people in the city knelt down and prayed for blessings. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao had long become a god in their hearts, an invincible god of war. In the dragon-slaying forest, Ling Xiao displayed his incomparably powerful strength, and this time, Ling Xiao went to the Black Crow Empire alone. He actually quelled the Blood Demon Calamity, took down the Black Crow Empire, and established the Black Crow Province. In order to completely turn Ling Xiao into a god, the Celestial Empire consciously carried out some propaganda. The scene of Ling Xiao fighting the Blood Demon army was faithfully recorded using the memory metal and broadcast to the people and soldiers of the entire empire. This move was undoubtedly successful. After this time, not only did Ling Xiao's position as the Celestial Emperor become more stable, but a large number of the Black Crow Empire's people and separatist warlords chose to join the Celestial Empire. There were even many members of the Sea Clan who walked out from the deep sea and became the people of the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao had always treated those who sincerely wanted to join him equally. After all, the mystic world was very big. If he wanted to conquer, it was inevitable that he would need talents. The Sea Clan had a natural advantage. Joining the Celestial Empire would definitely increase their strength. At first, Ling Xiao was really not used to the kneeling and praying of the people, but now he no longer felt that it was inappropriate. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, an invincible god of war. He had to accept such kneeling and praying with a clear conscience. Of course, he would also take on the responsibility of protecting these people. After staying in the sky for a while, Ling Xiao went to Qingshu College in Forest Sea City. This was basically his home now. The Celestial Emperor did not live in the palace but lived in Qingshu College. He was quite willful. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was good. After all, he was going to leave this place soon. Building a palace would only be a waste of money. Qingshu College. Everything was in order. The once deserted college was now very lively. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao did not show himself. Instead, he quietly went to Feng Qingyin's courtyard. It was much quieter here. Only Feng Qingyin, Shang Guanhong, Long Chun, Hai Myung-keo, and Hua Fuguang were there. Obviously, they were discussing the invitation from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Your Majesty. Seeing Ling Xiao, Feng Qingyin hurriedly stopped what he was doing and stood up respectfully. Principal Qingyin, there are no outsiders. You don't have to be so polite. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said casually. However, Feng Qingyin did not dare to be casual. In the past, he respected Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had saved his life. However, today, he could clearly feel the extremely powerful aura coming from Ling Xiao. Had the youth of the past finally grown to such a level? Your Majesty has reached the Yin-Yang realm? Feng Qingyin hesitated and asked.
Yes.
Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. There was nothing to deny. Hearing this, Shang Guanhong, Long Chun, Hai Myung-keo, and Hua Fuguang were all stunned. After a while, Shang Guanhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought that after breaking through and reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, I could close the gap with you. I didn't expect the gap to grow bigger. Me too. I'm so depressed. Ever since Long Chun unleashed the power of the Golden Dragon, his cultivation had naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm. He thought that he had surpassed Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that not only had he not surpassed him, but the gap had widened. I don't even know what to say. Hai Myung-keo was the most helpless. Back in the Heavenly Dragon continent, her cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Now, her cultivation was only at the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, the same as Shang Guanhong. However, Ling Xiao was already at the Yin-Yang realm. This gap was getting harder and harder to close. Chapter 1586. Needless to say, Hua Fuguang didn't even put Ling Xiao in her eyes when she was in the City of Sin. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would surpass her today. Cold Plum also broke through. Ling Xiao added and threw a heavy thunderbolt bomb. It's a pity that you guys didn't participate in the Blood Devil Calamity. Otherwise, you might have also achieved such a breakthrough. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, let's not talk about this. I came back this time for 3 reasons. First, I want to know about the invitation from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Second, I want to know what Fengming Qi Mountain has been doing during this period of time. Third, I want to make a decision based on the first 2. Feng Qingyin said, Dragon Phoenix Mountain sent an invitation 3 days ago. 7 days later, the White Tiger Meets participant selection will be held in Dragon Slaying Forest. It will be hosted by Master Dragon Phoenix and the others. What are the conditions? Ling Xiao asked. This time, the requirement is that one's cultivation must be at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm or above. It's much stricter than the last Dragon Phoenix selection, so Ling Luo, Lan Yuer, and the others probably won't be able to participate. Feng Qingyan replied, I know that. What's the second thing? What did Fengming Qi Mountain do after ascending the throne? Ling Xiao asked again. Phoenix Crychishan, this guy is really powerful. After ascending the throne, he immediately gathered all the forces in the capital into his own hands, and then annihilated dozens of large and small nations around the Divine Phoenix Empire. Of course, there were also those who surrendered. The current Divine Phoenix continent has become a situation where the Heavenly Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire are confronting each other. On the other hand, Fengming Qi Mountain sent Feng Yinshan to the 7 Martial Sect Island and completely took over the 7 islands. This caused the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength to increase explosively, and they suddenly had many Yin Yang Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Feng Yinshan is really good at enduring. This guy is very dangerous. Whether it was Feng Ming Qi Mountain or Feng Yinshan, these two princes of the Divine Phoenix Empire were using their own methods to become stronger. Ling Xiao had met so many opponents, but he had always been wary of these two people. One was incomparably tyrannical, possessing terrifying talent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. One of them was unparalleled in wisdom, calm, and reserved. It was as if he was emotionless in everything. Even when his position as the God Emperor was snatched away, he was still able to face it calmly and endure it patiently. That was the scariest part. What else? What about the 5 Immortals Island? Ling Xiao asked. The Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island have already become vassals of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Qingyan said with a sneer. In the past, the 5 Immortals Island was so arrogant that they didn't put the Divine Phoenix Empire in their eyes at all. Now, there were actually 2 forces that had pledged allegiance to the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for the remaining Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Tianpong Immortal Island, and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, their control had long since declined. The vassals that originally belonged to them had now all become vassals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the most obvious point. What about the other 3 islands? Ling Xiao asked. Feng Mingxiao led a group of people to the Tianpong Immortal Island. It seems like they are going to attack. The Black and White Elders led dozens of Yin Yang Realm experts to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. They clearly have the intention of attacking. Even Phoenix Cry Qishan himself has taken action. I'm afraid that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island will not be able to escape this time. Feng Qingyan continued. As for the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, they are being attacked by the Permitha Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island. They are already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Tianpong Immortal Island have done us a favor. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Sister Moon Maiden, I hope that you can personally lead a group to the Tianpong Immortal Island. What do you think? No problem. As long as this little man thinks that we should save them, I will definitely help. The Moon Maiden smiled. All right, Senior Liquor Demon Sword, please lead a group to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. You don't have to care about the lives of others. Just help me save a girl named Ji Mingming and her brother. Ling Xiao was a person who cherished old friendships. If others helped him with a drop of water, he would definitely repay them with a spring. No problem. In fact, the Liquor Demon Sword had always been there. It was just that this person didn't know if he liked to act cool, or if he really didn't want to see others. He was always hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao had asked him to do something, and he had only responded with one sentence, and it was very simple. After the 2 of you have settled your matters, go to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Originally, I didn't plan to become enemies with Phoenix Crychi Mountain so soon. However, I must protect the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I can't let the hearts of those who have helped us become cold. Ling Xiao said again. The Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword left. As for how many people to bring and who to bring, they still needed to discuss with Jining. Hai Myung-keo looked at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She and Ling Xiao met in the Tianlong continent. Back then, that kid was just a disciple of the Yuehua school. Now that he had grown up, he had actually reached the level of controlling the world. A year ago, she definitely didn't dare to think like this. And such a domineering and heroic person was actually only 17 years old. He could be said to be outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most valiant genius in the history of the Tianlong continent. Perhaps the Sacred Dynasty couldn't rise again, but in Ling Xiao's hands, an empire that was even more prosperous than the Sacred Dynasty of the past would be born. And now, it was just the beginning. Whether Ling Xiao could take this firm step or not, it would depend on whether he could stand firm in the White Tiger continent. If he easily failed after going to the White Tiger continent, then this legend would come to an end. She, Hai Myung-keo, would quietly watch all of this. Your Majesty, there's one more thing that I need to remind you of. This time, the White Tiger Continent sects that came to the Divine Phoenix Continent are not only the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, but also the Water Spirit Hall. The headquarters of the Water Spirit Hall is located in the White Tiger Continent. In the past, you had grudges with the Water Spirit Hall in Sin City and Killing Dragon Forest. I'm afraid that this time, they won't let you have an easy time. Feng Qingyan suddenly added. Why is the Water Spirit Hall here too? Isn't the Dragon Phoenix Mountain recruiting? Ling Xiao frowned and said, to be precise, the Water Spirit Hall and the Dragon Phoenix Mountain belong to one of the four great empires of the White Tiger Continent, the Tianhai Empire. This time, rather than saying that we're joining the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, it's better to say that we're working for the Tianhai Empire. Feng Qingyan explained. So it's like this. Didn't they say that the Tianlong Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent would specially form a team to participate in the competition? Ling Xiao was a little disgusted. He felt that he had to rely on someone else's charity again. This kind of feeling didn't feel good. There's no other way. Who asked the Tianhai Empire to be so powerful? Even the Dragon Phoenix Mountain doesn't dare to go against their will. Feng Qingyan sighed and said, forget it, let's not think so much. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. There will always be a way. Ling Xiao still wanted the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists to form a single team. This way, they would be able to see the difference between them and the other forces and encourage the martial artists of the two continents to work even harder in their cultivation. Chapter 1587. Who's there? In the middle of a meeting, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and looked out the window. I'm a messenger from the Tianhai Empire. Since Ling Xiao has returned, please hurry to the dragon-slaying forest. A voice came from outside, but the speaker refused to show himself. Sneaky and deliberately mystifying things. You didn't even come to greet me. Is this the rule of the Tianhai Empire? Get out here. Ling Xiao frowned. This person actually trespassed into Qingshu College. This was a big taboo for both Lin High City and Qingshu College. On one hand, it showed that this person was powerful. On the other hand, it showed that this person didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. How could he not flip out? Although he wouldn't kill the other party, he still had to show his strength. Following his angry roar, an explosion came from outside the window. That person was actually blasted out from his hiding place. His face was in a sorry state. Before he could say anything, Feng Qingyan had already captured him alive. Your Majesty, this is my responsibility. The recent war just ended and I was a little lax. This will never happen again. Feng Qingyan threw that person to the ground and said to Ling Xiao, don't do it again. This is related to the safety of Forest Sea City and Qingshu Academy. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyan and said coldly, being polite was one thing, but when it was time to be serious and show the power of a celestial emperor, he would never be soft-hearted. He knew very well whether it was public or private. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, Feng Qingyan also knew that he had made a big mistake. Fortunately, the other party wasn't here to assassinate anyone, but to pass on a message. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Dragon Phoenix Mountain is also under the jurisdiction of the Tianhai Empire. How dare you be disrespectful to me? The messenger was thrown to the ground. His acupuncture points were sealed and he couldn't move, but he could still speak. Slap. Ling Xiao didn't need to speak. Naturally, someone slapped this guy hard in the face. This is the Divine Phoenix Continent, the Celestial Empire. You better be clear about this. Ling Xiao glanced at the emissary and said, you can pass on the message openly and respectfully. Are all of you from the Tianhai Empire so unruly? You. The emissary wanted to roar, but the blood at the corner of his mouth made him grit his teeth. In the end, he didn't shout. Take this person away, flog him 20 times, then throw him out of Forest Sea City. Ling Xiao saw that he didn't say anything, so he sneered and said, this is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Ling Xiao, you self-proclaimed idiot. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die a horrible death. At first, the messenger was already silent, But when he heard that Ling Xiao was going to hit him with the staff, a burst of anger immediately erupted. He was the Tianhai Empire's emissary, representing the Tianhai Empire. To actually be humiliated in a mere small country, how could he endure it? Not to mention that the staff wasn't light. Simply put, the staff was a military staff fused with secret arts. Although 20 flogs wouldn't kill him, he would definitely be crippled. Say that again? Ling Xiao stared at the emissary and revealed a hint of a cold smile. I'll give you a chance to live. Don't seek your own death. Bah, kid, if I give you face, you're some dog's hit Celestial Empire's heavenly emperor. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Your father doesn't believe that you really dare to kill me. The emissary directly spat a mouthful of saliva at Ling Xiao. Although it didn't hit, it was very obvious that Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. And this guy actually continued to roar recklessly. You better hurry up and let me go, and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, I'll destroy your celestial empire. Is that so? Ling Xiao glanced at the emissary coldly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a cold light tore through the void. The emissary's head rolled to the ground. Wrap his head up. I want to give it to the people of the Tianhai Empire. Let them know that although my celestial empire is small, it definitely can't be humiliated. Ling Xiao said coldly, yes. Immediately, someone wrapped the head up and put it into a gorgeous box. Ling Xiao held the box and smiled. Then, he stood up and said, let's go. Since they've invited us, it won't do if we don't go. Your Majesty, there are some words that you might need to hear. Feng Qingyan suddenly said, originally, the people of the Tianhai Empire came to the Divine Phoenix continent to select people to participate in the White Tiger meet. Although the Five Immortals Island doesn't belong to the Tianhai Empire, they have always been subjects of the Tianhai Empire and have always paid tribute. The countries on the Divine Phoenix continent are all vassals of the Five Immortals Island, so they are naturally treated as subjects by the Tianhai Empire. A subject's subject is still a subject, and an even more lowly one. However, Phoenix Cry Mountain's outstanding performance and the rise of the Divine Phoenix Empire still made the Tianhai Empire give the Divine Phoenix Empire some face. If it was in the past, the Tianhai Empire would only let Dragon Phoenix Mountain handle the matters here. They simply couldn't be bothered to care about this backward continent. Principal Qingyan, what do you mean by telling me all this? I don't understand. Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. What I want to say is that the Tianhai Empire thinks highly of themselves and considers everyone beneath their notice. You have killed their people, so you should be mentally prepared. Feng Qingyan finally voiced out his worries. I thought it was something big. In any case, I originally didn't plan to be a vassal of the Tianhai Empire. If their attitude is better, it's fine to participate in the White Tiger meet in their name. But if their attitude isn't good, then at worst, we can just start another furnace. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had always felt that there was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved. Panicking whenever he encountered something was definitely not his style. Your Majesty, if you ask me, it's better for you to follow the Tianhai Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet. After all, the White Tiger continent is extraordinary. Feng Qingyan knew that although Ling Xiao was arrogant and stubborn, as long as what he said was reasonable, the other party would still listen. That was why he suggested it. Amen, you're right. I'll try my best. But if others aren't willing, then there's nothing I can do. Ling Xiao also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the Tianhai Empire's accumulation wasn't enough. But he wasn't someone who liked to be bullied. If the other party didn't let him have an easy time, then at worst, he would just shed all pretense of cordiality. Then Your Majesty, and the few of you, you have to be careful. When Feng Qingyan saw that Ling Xiao had accepted his advice, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he reminded him again. After all, the situation this time was different from the dragon-slaying forest. At that time, only the Divine Phoenix Continent, Sky Dragon Continent, and the affiliated islands participated in the selection. And this time, the Tianhai Empire brought the geniuses of Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Water God Hall. How could there be any weaklings? Why was the selection condition raised to the 6th Grotto Heaven realm this time? It was probably because the weakest cultivator coming was at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm. Chapter 1588. Young people were more impatient and liked to fight fiercely. It was inevitable that there would be casualties in this competition. That was why Feng Qingyan reminded everyone to be careful. Of course, the situation would not be worse than in the dragon-killing forest. After all, the Tianhai Empire also wanted to pick out true geniuses from here to buy the other three empires and the Jingyi school. If they could take the lead in the White Tiger Storm Conclave, then they would have the upper hand in the struggle for hegemony in the White Tiger continent in the future. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyan, Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum, Hai Myung-ko, Sheng Wanhong, and Long Chun to the dragon-killing forest. Hua Fuguang did not go. She had changed her mind. On that battlefield, there needed to be competition, and on the Empire's side, they also needed generals to lead the troops. There were not many navy generals in the Tianhai Empire who could fight. Hua Fuguang and the Hua sisters were outstanding. Although the results in the White Tiger meet would make her famous, Hua Fuguang chose to stay. However, Hua Fuguang would rather stay and help Ling Xiao build a powerful navy. In the future, attacking the White Tiger continent would be inseparable from this powerful navy. Thank you. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Fuguang and left with the box in his arms. Behind him, the other four people headed toward the dragon-killing forest. The dragon-killing forest was not as noisy as it usually was. According to the Tianhai Empire's request, the selection this time was not for spectators to watch. Therefore, the Divine Phoenix Empire had sealed off the area early in the morning and only allowed the participants and the organizers to enter. A gentle breeze blew, and the forest was filled with birds and flowers. It was a unique feeling. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped in, three figures floated over. Brother Ling. The three of them spoke at almost the same time. Beautiful figures, each with their own unique characteristics. Feng Minglian was silent and reserved. She had an extraordinary temperament and a beautiful face. Feng Mingxue was cold and arrogant. She was a natural beauty. Ji Luoyu was lively, playful, and beautiful. Seeing that the three of them were waiting for Ling Xiao, the divine guards of justice guarding nearby had unnatural expressions. Some were envious, and some were angry. Of course, he dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao had destroyed the Phoenix Cry Mountain and Mount Foaming in the Slaying Dragon Forest. Those two were once the elites of the Divine Guards of Justice. They naturally hated Ling Xiao, but they also feared Ling Xiao. No one dared to obstruct Ling Xiao's path because everyone was afraid of death. Ling Xiao's reputation for being a decisive killer had long spread throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Let's go together. Seeing Feng Minglian, Feng Mingpiaoshui, and Ji Luoyu, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If he were to participate in the selection this time, he was afraid that countless pairs of eyes would go crazy with jealousy. After all, whether it was Feng Minglian, Feng Mingpiaoshui, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, or Hai Myung-ko, they were all absolute beauties that left a deep impression. If she was just a vase, it would be fine. But these girls not only had their own unique characteristics, but their strength was also not bad. To be able to gain the favor of these women, Ling Xiao felt that he was really lucky. However, being emotional was just being emotional. Ling Xiao would never put the jealousy and hatred of those people in his eyes. If he was not envied by others, he would be mediocre. On the road to success, there would always be many difficulties, and those who obstructed his progress were those obstacles. Only by eliminating them could he embark on the real road to the clouds. In the Slaying Dragon Forest, there was a large open space. Around the open space, there were many tables and chairs. On the table, there were tea and snacks, as well as fine wine and delicacies. At this time, there was a palace maid dancing in the open space. Although beautiful, these palace maids were probably vases in the true sense. Beautiful but without any special characteristics. Ordinary people might be very tempted, but for real experts, there was not much interest. On the tables and chairs, there were already many guests, but there were still empty seats. Feng Ming Qishan did not come. His seat was also empty. However, Feng Yinshan came. He sat next to Feng Ming Qishan's seat. No one could tell what he was thinking. He only smiled indifferently and discussed with the warriors beside him. He seemed to be in a good mood. On the left side of the main seat, there were naturally experts from the Tianhai Empire. They seemed to be resting there with their eyes closed. somewhat disdainful of everything in front of them. They even felt that talking about this topic would pollute their voices. In addition, Dragon Phoenix Mountain's Master Long Huang and Water God Temple's Tian Hyamo were also here. These two people were talking in low voices and seemed to be quite happy. On the right side, there were genius experts from Water God Temple and Dragon Phoenix Mountain. 3 people came from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. It was said that they were the 3 strongest warriors under the age of 30 in Dragon Phoenix Mountain. In the White Tiger continent, they were also known as the 3 heroes of Dragon Phoenix. 8 people came from Water God Temple. One of them was actually the Tian High Pearl that Ling Xiao had seen before. After not seeing her for more than half a year, the Tian High Pearl's strength was clearly much stronger than before. And the person leading the Water God Temple was a genius known as the Dragon Prince. This person was extremely arrogant. His body was lying on the Tian High Pearl's lap, and there was actually someone feeding him. The other 6 people, along with the Tian High Pearl, were known as the 7 heroes of Water God Temple. Their names were not small, and their strength was not weak. Even Feng Yinshan did not dare to underestimate any of these people. Of course, other than the 2 people on the Divine Phoenix Continent's Dragon Phoenix list who had been killed by Ling Xiao, as well as Feng Mingqishan and Dan Feng, everyone else was present. After all, this was not an ordinary selection. The fact that the people of the Tian High Empire had come was enough to show the importance of this selection. Otherwise, only the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would have sent people here. That Ling Xiao is really arrogant. Does he really think that he can be arrogant just because he became the bullshit heavenly emperor of some grassroots empire? In Water God Temple's array, a person coldly glanced at the seats reserved for Ling Xiao and the others. His expression was very ugly, and his words were even more unpleasant. "I advise you to be polite to him, or you'll die," Zhu Xiaocong said indifferently. "What a joke. Do you really think that I, one of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, am afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Your Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists are useless, and the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list do not live up to their names. Otherwise, how could 2 of them have been killed by that brat?" The one who spoke was the loudest 7th hero of Water God Temple. With his sturdy body and powerful cultivation, he definitely had the qualifications to say such words. Of course, that was when it came to others. If it came to Ling Xiao, it would be as Zhu Xiaocong said, he would suffer a great loss. "Why don't the 2 of us fight first?" Zhu Xiaocong stood up and looked coldly at 7th hero with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he only wanted to settle the matter here as soon as possible, and then return to Canopy Immortal Island to fight against Feng Mingxiao's encirclement with his father. Of course, he could not leave now. This was his father's death order. Just like Ji Huangtian, Mou, and Zhong Yu Huangquan had all come here, he, Zhu Xiaocong, had to fight for Canopy Immortal Island. Chapter 1589. Dan Feng and Feng Mingqishan had been chosen by the Tian High Empire's martial artists during the last Dragon Phoenix selection. Their powerful cultivation had already proven their strength. There was no need for them to come here. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? 7th hero was not afraid of Zhu Xiaocong at all. After all, the 7 heroes of Water God Temple were actually stronger than the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. If it was Phoenix Cry Qishan, perhaps he would be afraid, but he really was not afraid of Zhu Xiaocong. The Tian High Empire has already sent people to inform Ling Xiao. He won't dare to not give us face. After all, he's not Phoenix Cry Qishan or Dan Feng. He doesn't have the right to refuse our invitation. The Tian High Empire's people finally spoke. In their opinion, Ling Xiao should be like a dog that would come and go as they wished. Boom. At this moment, something was suddenly thrown in the middle of the clearing, scaring the dancing girls into dodging. Who dares to cause trouble in Dragonkill Forest? Weren't you waiting for me? I'm already here. Ling Xiao's voice came from afar. Then, his figure appeared in everyone's sight. However, beside that figure, there were actually several beautiful and refined women accompanying him. It was simply maddening to the point of jealousy. Brother Ling, you're finally here. Feng Yinshan stood up and cupped his hands with a smile. Hidden Mountain Crown Prince, there's no need to be so polite. Since I received the invitation, I naturally had to come. However, The Tian High Empire's people did not know the rules, so I chopped off his head. You don't mind, right? It was fine if Ling Xiao did not speak, but once he did, it was simply shocking. The scene instantly became much colder. The Tian High Empire's elites exuded extremely terrifying auras. Little bastard, you dare to kill my Tian High Empire's people? The Tian High Empire had sent 3 elites. Actually, they were not too strong. One was at the 2nd level of Yin Yang Realm, while the other 2 were at the 1st level of Yin Yang Realm. They probably learned their lesson from Dragon Phoenix Mountain, so they did not dare to send an elite like Yuan Tianluan. If they died here, it would not be worth it. The one who spoke was a 1st level Yin Yang Realm elite dressed in blue. He trespassed into Linhai City and Qingshu College without informing us. That is a capital offense. I even gave him a chance, but who knew that this person was so stubborn that he actually dared to insult me? So I chopped off his head. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "So what? Even a dog of our Tian High Empire is nobler than you, the so-called Celestial Emperor. How dare you kill our people?" The blue-clothed expert's face was extremely gloomy. The cultivators at the side did not try to dissuade him, allowing him to spout nonsense. The Water Spirit Temple's cultivators were gloating. They didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had killed several of their divine envoys. "I've already killed him. What are you going to do?" Ling Xiao looked at that person with disdain and sneered. "You killed a single person from my Tian High Empire, and I'll wipe out 100 people from your trashy empire. Of course, I'll have to include your life to make it worth it." The blue-clothed expert added. "Kill him," Ling Xiao suddenly said lightly, then walked to the empty main seat and sat down. Ah! A scream rang out in Killing Dragon Forest. While everyone was still shocked that Ling Xiao dared to sit on Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's seat, the blue-clothed expert from the Tian High Empire had already died tragically. The one who attacked was naturally Cold Plum. Cold Plum, who had broken through to the Yin Yang realm, was now even more skilled at assassination. The blue-clothed expert did not even notice when she attacked. "Brother Ling, isn't this a bit too much?" Feng Yinshan frowned and said, "Whether it's the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Celestial Empire, they're all vassals of the Tian High Empire. Even if those 3 aren't very strong, you can't kill them. They represent the Tian High Empire. When did the hidden mountain crown prince I know become so wishy-washy? If someone barged into your palace at night, what would you do?" Ling Xiao said casually, "It's just killing a piece of trash. I believe the Tian High Empire won't care. Can we begin this selection?" The experts from the Tian High Empire were trembling with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Ling Xiao, this guy, was really like the rumors, a madman. He killed people without mercy, not giving you a chance to fight back. It was really too terrifying. "Surnamed Ling, your subordinates are quite strong, but even so, you don't have the qualifications to sit on that seat." On the Water God Hall's side, the Dragon Crown Prince lazily glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "That's Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's seat. Even if you want to sit, only Dan Feng has the qualifications. You're not worthy." "Whether I'm worthy or not, it's not up to you." Ling Xiao just sat there casually, not caring at all. Although his cultivation was indeed inferior to Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains, he was the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. His status was equivalent to Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains. In this kind of situation, he could not be weak. Furthermore, Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains people had not come, and he was wasting a seat. How boring. Humph. When the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is king. The Dragon Crown Prince coldly snorted and said, "Do you know what cultivation Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain is? Even my big brother doesn't dare to look down on him, and you actually dare to sit on his seat? I don't care what his cultivation is. He's the Divine Phoenix Emperor, and I'm the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. We should be on equal footing. Feng Yinshan won't do anything, but he arranged me to sit in a corner. I'm very unhappy." Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan from the corner of his eyes. Feng Yinshan's expression changed slightly before instantly returning to normal. Ling Xiao's words were meant to provoke Feng Yinshan. This was because he could not see through Feng Yinshan's cultivation. He felt that this guy was even more terrifying than Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain. Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's strength was on the surface, but Feng Yinshan's strength had never been completely exposed. However, this guy didn't seem to be fooled at all. Hee, you don't even put Feng Yinshan in your eyes. It seems that you're very arrogant. Which one of you will go and test this celestial emperor's methods? Let's see if his skills are as good as his mouth. The dragon crown prince sneered and said to the people beside him, I'll do it. Seventh hero had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. Now that she had seized this opportunity, how could she let it go? Brat, come out and spar. Let me see just how capable an arrogant fellow like you is. You actually dared to kill someone from the Tianhai Empire. I'll teach you a lesson on their behalf. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. You. Ling Xiao glanced at seventh hero indifferently, then shook his index finger and said, You're not qualified for me to take action. Long Chun, go and cripple that guy. Bullshit. You dare to look down on me? Seventh hero was furious. He roared, Kid, we already investigated you before we came. You're at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, and you can kill a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist with Yin-Yang origin energy. You're very strong, but I'm not that kind of trash. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled. He thought to himself that although these people had investigated carefully, it was a pity that they were one step too late. Chapter 1590. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability to kill my brother, I won't take revenge. Ling Xiao looked at seventh hero indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Apart from Cold Plum, Long Chun was the strongest person he'd brought with him. Not to mention seventh hero, he wouldn't even fear sixth, fifth, fourth, or third. Ling Xiao knew his opponent's strength like the back of his hand. Apart from the Dragon Crown Prince, first hero, and second hero, Tianhai Pearl, no one else in the Water God Hall was Long Chen's match. Of course, this was only Long Chen's strength in his dragon form. If he entered his golden dragon form, Tianhai Pearl and first hero wouldn't be his match. In the end, the Water God Hall was only a mid-tier faction in the Tianhai Empire. It was slightly stronger than Dragon Phoenix Mountain, but it was nothing in the Tianhai Empire. Whether it was the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix or the 7 heroes of the Water God Hall, they weren't the strongest geniuses in the Tianhai Empire. They were just like the 10 Phoenix Sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the 7 Fiends of the Black Crow Empire. The Tianhai Empire also had its own ranking, the Tianhai Heroes ranking. This ranking listed the 100 young heroes of the Tianhai Empire under the age of 30. Probably only the Tianhai Pearl, first hero, Dragon Crown Prince, and the strongest of the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix were qualified to enter. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tianhai Empire. Otherwise, why would the Tianhai Empire's envoy be so arrogant and despotic? However, the opponents didn't know Long Chen's strength, nor did they know that Ling Xiao could clearly see their strength. Their expressions didn't look too good. The Divine Phoenix Continent's cultivators were all waiting to see a good show. They knew that although Ling Xiao was arrogant, he wouldn't do anything foolhardy. Since he'd said so, he naturally had his reasons. Seventh hero glanced at Long Chun and chuckled. He should be younger than you. Why are you in such a hurry to send him to his death? Although he's the weakest of the 7 heroes, he's still a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator with Yin-Yang energy at 20%. It's tragic to be brothers with someone like you. Do the people of the Water God Temple only know how to talk? Long Chun walked to the open space and beckoned to 7th hero. Come, let me see what the so-called 7 dogs of the Water Spirit Temple are capable of. It's the 7 heroes. 7th hero was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he was unable to restrain his anger. What's the difference? It doesn't matter if you're the 7 heroes or the 7 dogs. You're going to die today. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This brat had been by Ling Xiao's side for so long that he had learned all of Ling Xiao's bad habits. However, Ling Xiao liked this kind of personality. Ah, you're pissing me off. If I don't kill you today, I, 7th hero, swear I'm not human. 7th Ing was a reckless person to begin with. When he heard Long Chen's words, how could he endure it any longer? After Xiao Chun jumped into the arena, he was about to fight Long Chen. Wait, although he was only an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, his cultivation was very terrifying. Therefore, his words carried a lot of weight. Lord Long Huang, what do you have to say? Seventh hero looked at Lord Long Huang and asked. The purpose of this gathering is for the selection. I'm afraid it's not good to kill each other. Everyone here is a potential candidate of the Tianhai Empire. It would be a pity if they died. Lord Long Huang frowned and said, those who came here were all talents. If any of them died, he would feel that it was a pity. What's the matter if Trash dies? Tianhai Emo smiled and said, you can't expect Trash to fight for the Tianhai Empire, right? That's right. Only a life and death battle can show one's true strength. All the participants here today must fight at least once. Otherwise, you'll automatically withdraw. The people of the Tianhai Empire were in charge of this gathering. Naturally, they had the final say on the rules. Fortunately, the rules seemed to be quite fair. It wasn't like the last time where everyone went to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't turn around and leave. The rules have been explained. Can we start the battle? Ling Xiao yawned and said with some boredom. He didn't come here to drink and eat. His only purpose here today was to obtain the admission ticket to the White Tiger meet. Haha, it seems like you think your subordinate can defeat me? Seventh hero smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, why don't we make a bet? Okay, what do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. If I kill him, you will kneel down and apologize to me and all the cultivators of the Water Spirit Temple in front of everyone. You will say that nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. If he kills me, the Water Spirit Temple will let bygones be bygones. How about it? Seventh hero said. This blockhead had suddenly become shrewd. If no one had given him pointers, it would have been impossible. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and found that sixth hero was talking to seventh hero through soul sound transmission. Humph. He suddenly snorted coldly and a terrifying soul force broke through the air, causing sixth hero to vomit blood. Are all the people of the Water Spirit Temple so bored? Sneaking around. What can't you say face to face? Ling Xiao stared at sixth hero and said, your bet is too boring. How about I say one? If Long Qian is killed by seventh hero, I will kill myself on the spot. If seventh hero is killed by Long Qian, Dragon Prince, you will kill yourself. How about it? These words were said lightly, but they were filled with killing intent. Good heavens, he didn't leave any leeway at all. These words were like a heavy thunderbolt that was thrown into the crowd, causing everyone to explode. Whether they were familiar with Ling Xiao or not, they all looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They thought that this guy was definitely crazy. He actually wanted to bet his life with the Dragon Prince? And he wanted to bet his life on someone else's duel? Ling Xiao originally didn't want to risk his life, but the other party was too much of a bully. Those words were simply overbearing. And seventh hero's so-called bet was even more lofty. He actually wanted him to kneel here and apologize? Since that was the case, if he backed down, he would definitely be looked down upon by the other party. If he wanted to bet, then he had to bet big. The martial artists on the Divine Phoenix continent side all revealed mocking smiles. Although many people had enmity with Ling Xiao, there were also quite a few who were of the same mind as Ling Xiao. What's more, the people of the Water Spirit Temple were indeed arrogant. In these few days in the Divine Phoenix capital, they were simply bossy and domineering, not putting the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes at all. It was said that just 2 days ago, seventh hero actually teamed up with sixth hero to forcibly humiliate a female disciple of the Phoenix Academy on the street. That female disciple angrily committed suicide. Up until now, the Phoenix Academy hadn't uttered a word. Cowardly to the extreme. Other things like eating without paying, casually beating people, and the like were actually trivial matters. But one thing was certain, these geniuses of the Water Spirit Temple really didn't put the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes. Chapter 1591. The geniuses of Water Spirit Hall ran amok in Divine Phoenix capital and did not put the martial artists of Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes at all. Therefore, in the eyes of the martial artists of Divine Phoenix continent, a madman like Ling Xiao was absolutely necessary. Only a madman like Ling Xiao could make these bastards pay the price. They also did not expect that there would be a day when they would have to support Ling Xiao. They hated Ling Xiao, but they hated these guys who had no bottom line even more. On the other hand, the martial artists of Water Spirit Hall did not look good. The Dragon Crown Prince said coldly, "Bet your life with me? You're not worthy." "So you're afraid?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Fine. Since you're afraid, then just pick anyone. I don't have any special requirements for the person I bet my life with." "This Crown Prince is afraid? I'm just disdainful." "Sixth hero, you're the one who created this mess. You bet your life." The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Sixth hero and said coldly, "This subordinate obeys." Although he said so, Sixth hero was actually very unhappy in his heart. He just came up with an idea, but now he had to bet his life with someone else. Damn it. But fortunately, Seventh hero was only slightly weaker than him, and Long Chen's cultivation, according to the investigation, should only be a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist half a month ago. Even if his talent was outstanding, how many breakthroughs could he make in half a month? Seventh hero was definitely going to win. He did not quite understand why Ling Xiao was betting his life. But after thinking about it for a moment, he seemed to understand and said proudly, "You're just a guy who's bluffing. You think that we don't dare to bet our lives with you, so you dare to make such a request. But we Water Spirit Hall people are not cowards. This time, I'll bet with you." Sixth hero felt that he had checkmated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao already had no chance to regret. Haha. Ling Xiao just smiled and did not refute the other's words. Why should he care too much about the conclusion of an idiot? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was somewhat oppressive, somewhat dignified. "Come, I'll let you make one move." Seventh hero looked at Long Chen and sneered, "You're giving me a handicap? Ha ha ha, Big Brother Ling is right. Your Water Divine Hall's trash really doesn't understand the situation. Don't worry, you won't be able to use a single move." Long Chen was full of fighting spirit as he faced the seventh hero. This was the first time he had faced an opponent of the same cultivation level as him since he had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm. However, he was not afraid to fight, because under Ling Xiao's cruel training, his combat experience and skills were definitely more outstanding than this person's. Boom! A terrifying fighting spirit suddenly erupted. Without another word, Long Chen directly pounced on the seventh hero. Regardless of whether seventh hero gave in to him or not, he would definitely win this battle. The question was how many moves he would use. No, this guy. Seventh Ing originally didn't plan to attack. He really wanted to let his opponent attack first because this way, he could properly humiliate his opponent. However, the moment Long Chen attacked, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Long Chen had actually released Yin-Yang origin energy at the 10th level of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Since they were both in the half-step Yin-Yang realm, he could not give in. Otherwise, he would die. With a roar, his aura instantly erupted, and the phantom of his martial soul appeared behind him. Haha, how shameless. Didn't you just say you would let me attack first? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Your words are like farts. Is this the style of a martial artist from the Water Sacred Hall? I've learned something new. Long Chen sneered, but he didn't stop attacking. He continued to charge forward, and the fighting spirit on his body became even stronger. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You hid your cultivation level. How cunning and shameless. Seventh hero snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such righteous sophistry. You're clearly the one who doesn't have good eyesight, but you're calling others cunning and shameless. Below the stage, Zhu Xiaozong laughed loudly. He had a conflict with seventh hero before, so he felt much better now that he was laughing. Seventh hero's face turned red, but he didn't say anything because Long Chen was giving him more and more pressure. At this moment, Long Chen's body was undergoing some special changes. Originally, he looked completely human, but there were some golden dragon scales on his body. As these dragon scales continued to appear, his aura also became incomparably tyrannical. This Long Chen's talent is really outstanding. It's a pity to kill him. It would be great if he could be subdued. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Long Chen and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Do you really think seventh hero can kill him? Tian Hai Pearl suddenly said, that Ling Xiao is the champion of the alchemy conference. It's very easy for him to help his brother raise his cultivation level. Ha ha ha, Tianhai Pearl. You've become so timid after losing to that Ling Xiao last time? What's the point of a mere alchemy conference held by the divine Phoenix continent? The Dragon Crown Prince didn't care at all. At this moment, Long Chun suddenly let out a loud dragon roar on the battlefield, which attracted the Dragon Crown Prince's attention. This guy is really from the dragon race. In fact, the battle between Long Chen and Boa Sheng in the dragon-slaying forest had already spread. It was just that many people were suspicious. Wasn't the dragon race extinct long ago? How could it suddenly appear again? However, today, Long Chen's body gradually transformed into a human dragon. Everyone finally understood. The legend wasn't fake. No wonder Ling Xiao is so confident. Since this guy is from the dragon race, his physique must be very good. Even if his cultivation isn't as good as 7th Hero's, he should still be able to fight. At this point, the Dragon Crown Prince suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Unfortunately, this alone isn't enough. 7th Hero isn't trash like Boa Sheng." 7th Hero obviously had the same thought. As if to prove the Dragon Crown Prince's words, his body also changed. That's the wolf race? Isn't the wolf race from the Full Moon Empire? At this moment, 7th Hero's body was obviously one size bigger. His muscles were bulging, and his body was covered in wolf fur. He also had a fierce wolf head. All of this proved that this guy was from the White Tiger continent's wolf race. It's not strange. Although the wolf race is the main part of the Full Moon Empire, other empires have them too. Someone explained. Awub's 7th Hero, who had transformed into a half-wolf, let out a loud roar. His voice pierced through the clouds and produced a series of ear-piercing roars. Half-wolf? Looks like I have to be stronger. At this moment, Long Chun was less than 10 meters away from 7th Hero. He realized that the other party's overall strength had increased sharply after transforming into a half-wolf. He also quickly adjusted. Perfect dragon transformation. As he spoke, a terrifying power was released from his mouth again. Perfect dragon transformation was second only to giant dragon transformation. At this moment, Long Chun had completely transformed into a dragon. It was just that his body was smaller. Flapping his golden wings, he covered the distance of 10 meters in an instant. That terrifying dragon aura bloomed from his body. Chapter 1592. Roar. In the void, dragon roars rang out incessantly. Many people had already stood up from their seats, watching this scene in horror. What a powerful dragon might! What a terrifying battle intent! Was this the Dragon Clan? Known as the most perfect clan, Long Chun paid no attention to everyone's astonishment. His body charged towards 7th Hero with an unstoppable momentum. In the space, ear-piercing noises sounded out continuously. 7th Hero actually took a step back. He was scared. The Wolf Clan was ultimately just a type of beast clan. Once during the Ancient War, they were the Dragon Clan's vassals. Now, facing a true golden colossal dragon, he actually felt timid. He was actually frightened by that terrifying dragon might. He even had a feeling that under Long Chen's punch, he would definitely be blasted to pieces. Run. In that instant, what he thought of was actually running away. His body involuntarily turned around and fled. But it was already too late. Idiot. The Dragon Crown Prince slammed the table and looked at 7th Hero furiously. If 7th Hero did not run, he would not have lost to Long Chun so easily. But now, it was all too late. Long Chen's speed was much faster than 7th Hero's. A terrifying punch directly slammed onto 7th Hero's body, feeling the ground tremble. Bang! Boom! With a loud bang, 7th Hero's body burst apart like a balloon being hit by a knife. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking. The Water God Temple's people really only know how to talk. It's useless. Long Chun stood there like a dragon god. His golden dragon scales appeared particularly beautiful under the sunlight. While everyone was shocked that 7th Hero was killed, Ling Zhao's gaze turned to 6th Hero. Since it's a life bet, you can commit suicide. His gaze revealed some mockery, cold and emotionless. A life bet is just talk. Why take it so seriously? In the end, these people here are all fighting for the future of the Tianhai Empire. Isn't it good for everyone to work together? Tian Hyamo suddenly laughed and said, "That didn't seem to be what you said just now." Ling Xiao glanced at Tian Hyamo indifferently, then stared at Sixth Hero and said, "Commit suicide. Otherwise, if I make a move, you definitely won't have an intact corpse." "Elder, save me. Saint Envoy, are you just going to watch Ling Xiao run amok?" The sixth hero was only slightly stronger than the seventh hero. He knew that he wasn't Long Qin's match. Thus, at this moment, they had no intention of putting their lives on the line. They could only place their hopes on Tian Hyamo and the remaining two divine envoys of the Tianhai Empire. Tian Hyamo said indifferently, "With me here, no one can kill you." The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire also said, "Ling Xiao, your men have already killed the seventh hero. Is that enough?" "Nonsense. If the one who died was Long Chun, would you still say that?" Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the two divine emissaries of the Tianhai Empire, his eyes brimming with ridicule. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't you find it embarrassing to find all kinds of excuses at this time?" Ling Xiao coldly said, "Since you don't want to commit suicide, then let me do it." The sixth hero suddenly let out a mournful scream. A pitch-black shadow pierced his head from behind. Fresh blood seeped out, the crimson color of it striking. Tian Hyamo was unable to restrain his anger. He saw that Ling Xiao was still sitting there, unmoving. He felt that if Ling Xiao dared to make a move, he could instantly stop Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao could easily kill the sixth hero without even moving? With such terrifying strength, could it be that everyone was a little doubtful of him? "What are you all staring at me for? If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Since he doesn't want to die, then I'll send him to the afterlife. We're all adults, so we have to take responsibility for our words." Ling Xiao shrugged and said indifferently, "The seventh hero was dead. The sixth hero was also dead. Long Chun had only used one move to kill the seventh hero, but it was still acceptable. Long Qin's terrifying strength and powerful dragon might had caused the seventh hero to lose his composure. However, no one could clearly see how the sixth hero died. They only saw a black shadow return to Ling Xiao's shadow. What was this? The people from Water Spirit Hall weren't the only ones who were shocked. The martial artists from Divine Phoenix Continent were also shocked. They guessed that the seventh hero and the sixth hero weren't Ling Xiao's match. However, such an outcome still made them feel terrified. Half a month had passed, and Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have become even more terrifying. The sixth hero was a martial artist with yin-yang origin energy at 30% of the half-step yin-yang realm, but he was easily killed by him. If Ling Xiao were to unleash his full strength, how terrifying would he be? There was also Long Chun. In half a month, he had advanced from the fifth Grotto Heaven realm to the half-step yin-yang realm. It seemed that he had completely awakened the power of the dragon. The cultivation speed of the dragon race really made all the other races blush with shame. This included Ling Xiao, who had the Tyrant martial soul. Fortunately, he also had the bloodline of the immemorial golden dragon. Otherwise, he might really be surpassed by Long Qin. The martial artists from Water Spirit Hall, including the Dragon Crown Prince and Tian Hyamo, all stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground. The 7 heroes of Water Spirit Hall were the 7 strongest youths besides the Dragon Crown Prince and Water God. They originally thought that this trip to Divine Phoenix Empire would shock this declining trashy continent. But who would have thought that after encountering Ling Xiao, 2 of them would die consecutively? Moreover, they weren't killed by the experts on the Dragon Phoenix list, but by Ling Xiao and his subordinates, whom they looked down on. This was really too depressing. Water Spirit Hall was a mid-tier force in Tianhai Empire. Although they weren't strong, they definitely didn't put forces like 5 Immortal Island or Divine Phoenix Empire in their eyes. It would be strange if they could sit still after suffering such losses and humiliation. What they couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao dared to kill 6th hero after Amami's words. This was clearly not giving them any face and treating their words as if they were nothing more than passing wind. Ling Xiao, you better give us an explanation tonight. Otherwise, Your heavenly empire will be consigned to eternal damnation. Tian Hiemo stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although there were many rumors about Ling Xiao, Tian Hiemo found it hard to believe that they were true without seeing it with his own eyes. Explanation? What explanation? You were the ones who agreed to bet your lives. Don't tell me you don't want to admit your loss? Is it your water spirit hall's people who are shameless? Or did the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoys not teach you dogs how to behave? Ling Xiao was still sitting in Feng Yinshan's seat. He looked at Tian Hiemo with disdain as he spoke. Tian Hiemo was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. He didn't fear him at all. Of course, I can understand why you're in so much pain that you wish you were dead. After all, after the Water Spirit Hall split from the Sacred Dynasty's state religion, it has fallen to the point of being a dog for others. It's not easy to nurture a few genius martial artists, so even trash like the 7th and 6th heroes are treated as treasures. It's really pitiful. Chapter 1593. Ling Xiao had always been merciless when he spoke, especially when it came to his enemies. He was vicious. The moment he said those sarcastic words, the crowd burst into laughter. The martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent had had enough of the Water Spirit Hall's **T. Now that Ling Xiao could make them unhappy and make them suffer, they were naturally happy. No one has ever dared to call us, the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Hall, trash. Di Wuing looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his killing intent erupting. Martial artists were all prideful. How could they not dare to speak up after being insulted? No one would admit that they were trash, even if they were trash to begin with. So what if I said it? Could it be that you want to fight with me again? If you want, go ahead. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao looked mockingly at Di Wuing and said indifferently. He really wanted to find an expert to fight. It would be best if it was a martial artist at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. After breaking through, he didn't have a good fight. He needed to improve, so he had to fight continuously. Martial artists were like this. If you didn't like to fight and wanted to live in seclusion, your strength would definitely decline. It would be normal for you to be killed in the future. The profound world was such an unreasonable world. Only by constantly becoming stronger would you be able to better protect yourself and the people around you. His Tai Chi eye could clearly determine Di Wuying's cultivation. He was much stronger than Di Wuing and Di Wuing. Di Wuing had already reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Of course, Di Wuing was no match for him. Actually, he wanted to fight Di Wuing and Di Wuing. It would be best if the Dragon Crown Prince was willing to fight. However, there had to be a reason to fight. Di Wuing had provoked him, so he took the opportunity to challenge him. This person had spoken rudely. It was good to teach him a lesson and exercise his limbs. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be provoked. Once provoked, unless you sincerely apologized and didn't want to die, then Ling Xiao might let you go. Otherwise, just wait for your bad luck. Ling Xiao was a guy who would never let go of his opponent. He didn't care about his opponent's identity. Di Wuing did not immediately accept the challenge because he did not have much confidence in himself. Even the other members of Water Spirit Temple were unable to see through Ling Xiao's depths. Just now, the method Ling Xiao used to kill the 6th hero was too strange and unpredictable. There was no warning at all beforehand. He didn't release any aura either. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying battle style. There was no doubt that Di Wuing was powerful, but was he really a match for Ling Xiao? If Ling Xiao used the same method to kill the 6th hero to deal with him, would he be able to withstand it? He didn't even know what Ling Xiao's true cultivation was, nor did he know what his true skills were. If he were to fight in a daze, there was a high chance that he would be crippled. Although being crippled was better than dying, as a martial artist, who would be willing to be crippled? Look at Ling Xiao's calm face. There was no trace of nervousness at all. He was clearly extremely confident and did not take Di Wuing seriously at all. Di Wuing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He now regretted speaking so much. Now that he was faced with such a situation, he couldn't back down. He couldn't accept the challenge, nor could he reject it. It was simply awkward. If he didn't accept the challenge, it would confirm the fact that he was a piece of trash. His previous rebuttal would be more like a slap in the face. If he accepted the challenge, he might be crippled or even killed. Either way, he couldn't bear it. Old 5, sit back down. You're not his match. Let me do it. The one who stood up was the leader of Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes. He was also a powerhouse second only to the Dragon Crown Prince among those who came here. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Seeing the first hero invite him to fight, Ling Xiao's body suddenly trembled. He felt inexplicably excited. Crippling de-wooing was too boring. Although there was some pleasure, it couldn't compare to a life and death battle with the first hero. He absolutely believed that he could stimulate his own potential and improve his cultivation by one step when facing the number 1 hero. First hero, you're too shameless. Everyone knows that you're already at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if you face the top powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix continent, you won't be afraid. Now, you're actually inviting Ling Xiao, who isn't even in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Mou said coldly from his seat. Among the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, the ones who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao were Danfeng, who was ranked 1st, Zhu Xiaozong, who was ranked 6th, and Mou, who was ranked 7th. Danfeng wasn't here, so it was normal for Mou to speak up for Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, brother Mou, you're right. These people are indeed shameless. However, today, I appreciate your kindness. Since the first hero is willing to fight with me, I, Ling Xiao, won't avoid the battle. I'm not like some trash from the Water Sacred Hall. As he spoke, Ling Xiao glanced at de-wooing with cold mockery. De-wooing didn't say anything. Ling Xiao was right. He didn't dare to accept the challenge. If he couldn't figure out his opponent's strength, he was afraid that he would be crippled. This was the truth. No matter how much Ling Xiao mocked him, he couldn't refute and could only accept it. So, you're willing to accept this battle? The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire suddenly asked. Yes, of course I accept. I've already said that the Water Sacred Hall is a bunch of scoundrels who only bully the weak. I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid of a battle. I accept anyone's challenge. Ling Xiao said loudly. Even if it's a life and death battle? The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire asked. A life and death battle is even better. What Ling Xiao needed was the tempering of life and death. Otherwise, what was the point of fighting? It wouldn't excite him at all. Good, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. My Tianhai Empire values talents the most. If you can survive the battle with de-wooing, you will have the qualifications to participate in this year's White Tiger meet. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire slapped the table and made his decision. It wasn't convenient for him to make a move himself. Since Ling Xiao insisted on courting death, he would let de-wooing deal with this brat. Hold on. Venerable Dragon Phoenix suddenly said, I don't think there's any need to rush their battle. Divine Envoy, don't forget that our goal this time is to select young talents to participate in the White Tiger meet. There are still many people who haven't exchanged pointers. Let's not delay the proper business. It was obvious that Venerable Dragon Phoenix was powerful and his status wasn't low. Although Dragon Phoenix Mountain wasn't much, the divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire still gave him face. Moreover, Venerable Dragon Phoenix's words weren't wrong. In addition to the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list and the 7 heroes of the Water Sacred Hall, there were still many Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators who hadn't fought. The cultivators from the Water Sacred Hall and Dragon Phoenix Mountain weren't limited to just the 7 heroes of the Water Sacred Hall and the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Chapter 1594. Water Spirit Hall and Dragon Phoenix Mountain each brought dozens of Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The Divine Phoenix continent also had dozens of Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The victor would be decided in one battle. Whoever won would have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be alive before the White Tiger meet began. Brat, you've really managed to keep your life. Number 1 hero glanced coldly at Ling Xiao, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. However, he didn't dare disobey esteemed Master Dragon Phoenix's words. Likewise, in fact, the one who was the most upset was Ling Xiao. He had originally planned to fight a bloody battle with this number 1 hero. However, this was also good. Hai Myung-ko and the others behind him also needed to fight to temper themselves and obtain the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. In any case, he was just waiting for a while. It wasn't as if he wasn't going to fight, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had to give face to esteemed Master Dragon Phoenix. He wasn't an arrogant person. Unless someone had wronged him, he wouldn't refuse to give face to others. The sparring began. At the beginning, everything seemed normal. There didn't seem to be any problems. However, when Ling Xiao's people came out to fight, problems arose. Behind Ling Xiao, the first person to fight was Hai Myung-ko. Her opponent was a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator from Water Spirit Hall. Although this person's cultivation was stronger than Hai Myung-ko's, he was unable to cope with Hai Myung-ko's swordsmanship and was about to be defeated. At that moment, number 4 hero of Water Spirit Hall flicked a nut from his hand. Ordinary nuts, in the hands of a powerhouse, were lethal weapons. Number 4 hero's cultivation had already reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm. His Yin-Yang Yuan cultivation was almost at the verge of a breakthrough. He was much stronger than Hai Myung-ko. Moreover, he had launched a sneak attack. Hai Myung-ko was struck by the nut and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator showed no mercy and slashed at Hai Myung-ko's neck. Cold smiles appeared on the faces of the Water Spirit Temple cultivators. They all thought to themselves, that's what we should do. Since we can't deal with Ling Xiao, we should kill Ling Xiao's people so that Ling Xiao will be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from his seat. Before anyone could figure out what he was going to do, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He reached the center of the field and grabbed the neck of the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of Water Spirit Temple. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire venue. That person's neck had actually been broken by Ling Xiao. How dare you, Ling Xiao? What are you trying to do by interrupting the competition? The divine envoy of the Sky Sea Empire bellowed. That's right. Could it be that you want to ruin the White Tiger meat selection? The Water Spirit Temple cultivators also began to jeer. Ling Xiao said nothing. Instead, he bent down to help Hai Myung-ko up and plucked a nut from her wound. After confirming that Hai Myung-ko was fine, he turned to the divine envoy of the Sky Sea Empire and indifferently said, Divine envoy, are you blind? How could you not see such an obvious sneak attack? Impudent. The red-robed divine envoy of the Sky Sea Empire trembled in rage. Impudent? I think it's you who's impudent. The Sky Sea Empire clearly held this selection to select true geniuses, but you turned a blind eye to this sneak attack and flipped out at me? Could it be that you dare to disobey the imperial decree of the Sky Sea Empire's emperor? Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 divine envoys in disdain. He was sure that this was not the emperor's idea, nor was it the will of the upper echelons. These 3 divine envoys had probably received benefits from the Water Spirit Temple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so biased. Even if Ling Xiao had killed their informant, they still wouldn't have acted this way. If this matter were to spread out, the remaining 2 divine envoys would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. It was clear that Ling Xiao had hit them where it hurt. At this point, the 2 divine envoys fell silent. Only their eyes shone with icy killing intent. They really wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to fight dying right now and die here. This brat was really too annoying. Seeing that the 2 divine envoys had fallen silent, Ling Xiao turned to dying. Do you know what kind of person I hate the most? It's a shameless piece of trash like you who likes to sneak attack. Even if I, Ling Xiao, didn't even enter the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix role, I wouldn't be so shameless as to do such a thing. If you're a man, then step forward and fight to the death to determine the victor. Whoever admits defeat is a coward. Let me see the courage of your Water Spirit Temple cultivators. He was truly angry. Originally, everyone was bickering and not to the point of fighting and killing. But Dying's action clearly wanted Hai Myung-ko to die. Even though Ling Xiao had no romantic feelings for Hai Myung-ko, they had a deep friendship. The 2 of them had braved through fire and water together many times. Now that someone had sneak attacked Hai Myung-ko, if he didn't step forward, then he really couldn't even be considered a man. He values friendship and loyalty. Becoming friends with this person is absolutely not a loss. Esteemed Lord Long Huang looked at Ling Xiao and could not help secretly nodding. Although Ling Xiao's approach was somewhat radical as a martial artist, if faced with a situation where his friend was sneak attacked and nearly died, he still could not fly into a rage. Then this martial artist was basically crippled. Without the slightest domineering aura of the martial Dao, how could he talk about cutting through thistles and thorns? The path of the martial Dao was full of dangers to begin with. It required great courage to be able to continue walking. In esteemed Lord Long Huang's view, Ling Xiao was simply a natural-born martial artist. It was not without reason that this kid could become the heavenly emperor of the Celestial Empire and had such a group of people supporting him. Dying looked at Ling Xiao awkwardly. His cultivation was not weak, but facing Ling Xiao, he still did not have the confidence to win. Indeed, he was much stronger than the 5th, 6th, and 7th heroes. If it was just a spar, he was naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao. But in a life-and-death battle, he was somewhat timid. Should he accept the challenge? Dying frowned. Just now someone kept saying that his people were not trash, but in my opinion, other than sneak attacks, you really don't have any ability to speak of. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said sarcastically. He had to kill Ling Si no matter what, because this guy had touched his reverse scale. Even if he did not kill him today, he would kill him in the future. Bullshit. Do you really think you're something? I'll fight you. Dying also cared about his face. Moreover, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Since that was the case, as a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist, why should he fear Ling Xiao? After being scolded like a coward, he did not even dare to attack? If that was the case, not only would the people of the Tianhai Empire look down on him, but his peers would also look down on him when he returned. Oh, you have guts. It seems that the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Temple are not all cowards. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It seemed that sometimes provocation was useful. Although it was a little cliché, it was very effective against these arrogant martial artists. Chapter 1595. Dying jumped into the field and looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes. He activated his bloodline incarnation at the first moment. Half crocodile? So that's how it is. I've long heard that the Tianhai Empire is dominated by crocodiles, and they all have the bloodline of the ancient giant crocodile. It seems that it's true. Ling Xiao froze for a moment and found that Dying had a long tail behind him. Even his head had turned into the appearance of a crocodile. His sharp teeth gleamed coldly under the sun. 90% of this person's body structure was close to that of a crocodile, and only 30% still maintained the appearance of a human. For example, his hands were very similar to a human's, but much larger. He held a huge iron shovel in his hand, majestic. There are 4 empires in the White Tiger continent, namely the White Tiger Empire, dominated by the Tiger clan, the Tianhai Empire, dominated by the Crocodile clan, the Yueling Empire, dominated by the Wolf clan, and the Silver Fox Empire, dominated by the Fox clan. The warriors of the 4 races all have the bloodline of ancient giant beasts. They are incomparably powerful, much stronger than weak humans like you. As Dying spoke, he was constantly accumulating power. On the iron shovel in his hand, the aqua blue light was accelerating the condensation. Ling Xiao just looked at him indifferently. He had no intention of making a move at all. He didn't even draw his sword. Why? Do you regret it now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning? This life and death duel was your request. Today, you will die without a complete corpse. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't move and was even a little surprised, Dying became more confident. It seemed that he felt that Ling Xiao was afraid of him, so he became more confident. The previous worry and fear suddenly disappeared. Dying didn't hesitate. The rapidly expanding confidence made him feel that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. I will avenge the 7th and 6th heroes. Don't worry, Ling Xiao, after you die, we will definitely uproot your Tianhai Empire. In the roar, Dying rushed into the sky. Although his body looked cumbersome, his explosive power was very terrifying. He was really like a huge crocodile rising into the sky, opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow everything. The water-blue light finally condensed on the shovel in his hand, and then he smashed it fiercely at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look, and a trace of contempt appeared on his face. The pitiful Hiroshi was indeed powerful. If it were any other Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it would be almost impossible for them to defeat him. However, Ling Xiao was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. Moreover, he was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist who had stepped into the tongue-ripping hell. When he saw Dying pouncing over, he felt like a rabbit pouncing on a tiger. He wanted to laugh. Sword. Ling Xiao finally raised his hand, and Ice's fury instantly appeared in his hand. He didn't use any moves. He just pointed his sword at Dixie Ying. At that moment, Feng Hua made all the other colors pale in comparison. It was too fast. It was too stunning. That sword strike was swift to the extreme and ruthless to the extreme. Everyone only saw Ling Xiao and Dying passing by each other. Then, a drop of blood scattered in the air like a broken peach blossom. Bang! Ling Xiao withdrew his sword, and Dying fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. And on his neck, an inconspicuous sword mark could be clearly seen. Although this mark was really insignificant, it was enough to be fatal. I said before, the 7 heroes of Water God Hall are all trash. Even if you have the guts to fight, only death awaits you. You'd better not participate in today's selection. Scram back. After killing Dying, Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at all the martial artists of Water God Hall and said coldly, "The Divine Phoenix continent today is no longer the same as before. You still dare to behave atrociously here. Even if the Divine Phoenix Empire is still a coward and doesn't dare to do anything to you. But that doesn't mean that the people of this continent are cowards. Meeting me, Ling Xiao, can only be considered your bad luck. Scram, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill every one of you." He and Water God Hall had a death feud to begin with, and today, they were even opposing each other, so there was no need to give them any face. "You're too presumptuous." Dying roared. "Dying is already dead. Do you think you're stronger than him? If you have the ability to roar, why don't you come up and try? Otherwise, hold it in." Ling Xiao glanced coldly at Dying, not even interested in making a move. In front of him, Dying was really too weak. He wasn't even worth mentioning. "Then what about me?" Dying stood up, and a sinister killing intent seemed to burn along with his body. He was a Yin-Yang Realm expert. Although he was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang Realm, he had stepped into the tongue-pulling hell. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao at all. "If you dare to fight, then come out and fight. Otherwise, scram." Ling Xiao still said the same thing, cold and heartless, not giving the other party any face at all. His words made the faces of all the martial artists of Water God Hall as black as the bottom of a pot. Ling Xiao was clearly planning to slap their faces one by one. Destroy Dying's prestige. Kill Dying. Then face Dying. If Dying didn't want to fight, then he would undoubtedly be called a coward and a piece of trash. However, if he were to fight and lose, then such a reputation would also fall upon them. Just like the dead Dying, it looked heroic, but it was meaningless. "Fight or not?" Ling Xiao's voice sounded again, cold and heartless to the extreme. Dying originally wanted to save face for Dying, but now he pushed himself into the teeth of the storm. As a Yin-Yang Realm expert, if he was afraid of Ling Xiao, it was simply embarrassing. "Third brother, he's mine." Dying's cold voice came from Dying, and at the same time, he saved Dying's face. Dying's embarrassment was instantly resolved. He sat back and glanced at Ling Xiao, saying, "Your bosses. If I kill you, I'm afraid boss will be angry. If you don't dare to fight, then so be it." I didn't expect the Water God Temple's trash to find such a dignified reason. It looks like they've done their homework. Who knows how many times they've practiced for such a situation. Ling Xiao looked at Dying mockingly. He had already decided to destroy the Water God Temple. Since that was the case, how could he let Dying go just because of Dying's words? If Dying had to die, Dying must die too. "Ling Xiao, you've gone too far." Tian High Pearl suddenly gritted her teeth. "Haha, If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten. Back in the city of Sin, you stole the human king's imperial jade seal from me. Your cultivation must have increased greatly. Are you interested? Let's fight and see if you've improved more, or if I've improved more. Ling Xiao chuckled and looked at Tian Hai Pearl. Tian Hai Pearl had tried to kill him back in the city of Sin. Although she was used by him in the end, she became his scapegoat and blocked the pursuit of countless experts for him. But even though she took the blame, the hatred still hadn't been resolved. Since they met today, this hatred had to be resolved. Chapter 1596. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas stood up. Let's settle our past grudges with today's battle. Although she was as uncertain as the third hero, her cultivation level was much higher than the third hero's. Back in the city of Sin, the powerhouse from the Water God Hall who had protected her had been severely injured and had decided to impart all of his power to her. In the past half a year, she had completely digested this power and her cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. She did not believe that she would lose to Ling Xiao with someone imparting his power to her. At that time, her cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's. Today, she still believed so. The second level of the Yin Yang realm was extremely rare among young people under the age of 30. Not many could reach that level. Especially on the Divine Phoenix continent, it was even rarer. Haha, I didn't think that 6 of the 7 heroes of the Water God Hall would lose to a woman. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned his gaze from the third hero to the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas. Since you're willing to fight me, I won't take that trash's life. Young master, you can't take the risk. Let me do it. The first hero frowned and said, he'll definitely die by my hands. Why do you have to take the risk? You mean, I'm not as good as him? The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas glanced at the first hero and asked calmly, this. The first hero fell silent. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm half a month ago. Even if he was talented, he was not a descendant of the Dragon Clan like Long Chen. How could his cultivation level have increased so much in half a month? The first hero did not think it was possible. Seeing how Ling Xiao had killed the fourth hero, his cultivation level was probably similar to the fourth hero's. It was just that this guy's mastery of martial arts was too outstanding. That sword move was like a textbook classic. Time, space, angle, and strength were all perfect. The first hero could not have done it either. However, if he wanted to cross the chasm in cultivation with just that, it was clearly not enough. The first hero sighed and said, young master, please be careful. He had already made his decision. If the Heavenly Sea Pearl was in danger, he would definitely step in. Even if it was 2 against 1, he did not mind. If it was embarrassing, then so be it. Who told the Heavenly Sea Pearl to be the daughter of the Water God Temple's God Empress? If something happened to the Heavenly Sea Pearl, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned. Don't worry. He can't kill me. Tian Hai Pearl dared to fight because she was confident in herself. It was not only because her cultivation was outstanding, but also because she had another trump card. The Tian Hai Pearl's body slowly floated up and then landed on the field. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted. Second level of Yin Yang realm. Sensing this terrifying aura, the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent were all astonished. This young girl was actually so powerful. Those who originally thought that Ling Xiao could win for sure also began to worry. After all, a person's confidence was built on their strength. How could Ling Xiao win against a martial artist at the second level of the Yin Yang realm? Gao Yang Wu Qing and Zhong Yu Huang Quan both revealed expressions of schadenfreude. One of them was a young expert from the Blackwater Immortal Island, while the other was a young expert from the Permitha Immortal Island. However, both of them had a grudge against Ling Xiao. One was ranked 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list, while the other was ranked 4th. They couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die. Not bad. You're worth a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. This Heavenly Sea Pearl was a second-level Yin Yang realm expert. He actually said that her strength was not bad? Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Or was it because he had fought too many battles that his brain was damaged? Stop bluffing. Those who don't know would think that your cultivation is stronger than the number one hero. The martial artists of the water god temple shouted. They were clearly mocking Ling Xiao for being pretentious, but in fact, they were so scared that their bodies turned to jelly. Ling Xiao didn't even look at these people. He only stared at the heavenly sea pearl indifferently. He really wasn't afraid of the heavenly sea pearl's cultivation. With his ability, it wasn't a problem for him to challenge 2 levels higher. Moreover, the heavenly sea pearl was only 1 level higher than him. What he was worried about now was that the heavenly sea pearl might have other trump cards. However, this was also good. In a battle of life and death, one had to adapt to different situations. It wasn't a bad thing for his opponent to have a trump card. On the contrary, it could allow him to train more. With a smile, his clothes suddenly fluttered even though there was no wind. His long black hair fluttered in the silent space. Waves of energy were released from his body. His aura quickly became stronger. His cultivation rose to the 1st level of yin-yang realm. This was impossible. Once again, except for the few people who came with Ling Xiao, the rest of the martial artists all stood up. They looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He actually broke through to the yin-yang realm? How did this guy cultivate? No wonder he's so arrogant. This explains why he killed the 4th hero so easily. Zhong Yu Huangquan and Gao Yingwu almost collapsed in their seats. Ji Huangtian's expression didn't look good either. Damn this guy. How did he cultivate? He actually became so powerful after not seeing him for half a month. I thought I could easily defeat him. Zhong Yu Huangquan was the most upset. He was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list, and his cultivation was at the 1st level of yin-yang realm before. Now that half a month had passed, his cultivation didn't improve. However, Ling Xiao had secretly caught up to him. Zhong Yu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely vicious gaze. He was thinking about what method he could use to kill this guy. On the other side, the heavenly sea pearl was only surprised for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. Although Ling Xiao's strength was unexpectedly strong, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely strong. However, she was still confident that she could win. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually broke through to the yin-yang realm. However, I'll tell you in this battle that you're still a laughable frog at the bottom of a well. Your cultivation has reached this realm, but your state of mind hasn't. You're still far from it in all aspects. The heavenly sea pearl looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Then, she waved her hand, and 7 huge pearls appeared behind her. The 7 pearls surrounded her body, emitting a soft blue light. However, no one dared to underestimate the terrifying explosive power contained in the 7 pearls. However, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just sneered disdainfully. Ice's fury appeared in his hand. Then, his body suddenly flashed. In the air, he merged Ice's fury and the dark demon sword into one. Body of light, swift light, godly travel. His body flashed across the space like a flash of light. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that no one could see him with the naked eye. There was no terrifying aura. There was no instant explosion. There was only silent killing intent. Chapter 1597. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's sword was right in front of Tianhai Pearl. The cold slaughter sword will was infused into the sword before it exploded. It was filled with extremely sharp sword qi. His speed has actually increased again. Tianhai Pearl was startled. She knew that Ling Xiao was fast, but after seeing it today, she realized that Ling Xiao's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. This kind of speed was something that even martial artists who were a few levels higher than Ling Xiao would find difficult to compare with. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. After all, speed meant survival. This thought only flashed through Tianhai Pearl's mind for a moment. Now, she had to face Ling Xiao's terrifying sword. This sword strike was simple and unadorned. It didn't even use any technique. It was just a simple stab. However, the powerful killing sword intent on the sword made Tianhai Pearl understand that if the sword pierced her, she would be defeated instantly. Water God's 7 pearls. Water Curtain Pearl. With a shout, one of the 7 pearls surrounding Tianhai Pearl suddenly emitted a powerful water-type inner force, forming a thick water curtain in front of her. Qi. The dark demonic sword pierced the water curtain and made a strange sound. Tian High Pearl was slightly relieved. She was about to reorganize the situation and fight again. However, in the next moment, the water curtain turned black and began to rot rapidly. The shadow of a heavenly demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The terrifying dark force and death force were released from the heavenly demon. This guy, he's so evil. Tian High Pearl frowned. She did not have time to think too much and quickly retreated. However, at that moment, the water curtain had already shattered. Even the pearl turned black and fell to the ground. Although it did not shatter, it was probably unusable. Ling Xiao continued to follow the heavenly sea pearl like a shadow. His sword was always less than a foot away from the heavenly sea pearl. This Ling Xiao is really scary. He seems to have realized that Tian High Pearl specializes in mid-range and long-range attacks, so he immediately closed in on her and didn't give her any space to use her skills. If this continues, the heavenly sea pearl will fail miserably. Master Long Huang was indeed an expert. His eyesight was very sharp. He instantly determined Ling Xiao's thoughts. It's just a coincidence. Amami was somewhat unconvinced. Coincidence? Hee, as long as you're happy. Venerable Dragon Phoenix did not refute Tian Hai Mo's words, because summer insects could not talk about ice. If you told an insect that there was ice in this world, how could it understand? Ha ha ha, Miss Amami, your pearl isn't bad. It looks dazzling and pretty. It might be fine to play around with as a collectible, but to use it in battle would be hilarious. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he sent the dark demon sword forward once more. The terrifying sword chi directly tore apart Tian High Pearl's clothes, causing the Water Spirit Temple's martial artists to almost scream. Tian High Pearl's expression was extremely ugly. The Water God's 7 pearls that she was so proud of was actually being treated as a toy by this guy. Ling Xiao, don't be so smug. I will let you experience the terror of the Water God's 7 pearls. Tian High Pearl angrily shouted, and the entire area was instantly filled with water vapor. Her figure also instantly disappeared. Water God's 7 pearls. Deep sea killing intent? A cold voice came from the heavenly sea pearl's mouth. Then, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from all directions and surrounding him. This Water God's 7 pearls really do have some skill, but you want to use this to injure me? What a joke. Dark Demon Sword. Body Annihilation. Ling Xiao did not move. He just stood there, the black greatsword in his hand swinging in a circle around his body. Then, a terrifying power of darkness rapidly spread. The originally dark blue mist quickly turned as black as ink. The entire area seemed to be filled with a terrifying aura of death. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Tian High Pearl's attack focuses more on technique. The Water God's 7 pearls are well matched. Some focus on defense, and some focus on attack. It seems very beautiful and meticulous. This combination is enviable. However, although Ling Xiao's attack is simple, every strike is always just right. Every strike of his doesn't waste the slightest bit of strength. How much to use seems to be calculated in advance. How did this brat cultivate? How can he do this? The more esteemed Dragon Phoenix watched, the more shocked he became. Tian High Pearl's performance was praiseworthy. However, Ling Xiao's performance could be said to be unfathomable. Ordinary martial artists found it very difficult to fully display their strength because they did not have enough technique. They would constantly waste energy in battle. Powerful martial artists could reduce this waste as much as possible, allowing the power of their moves to be fully displayed. However, at most, they could increase the efficiency of this kind of conversion to 70 to 80%. However, this Ling Xiao in front of him, his efficiency was completely 100%. There was not a single bit of waste. Just based on this point, it was natural for this guy to move unhindered in the Divine Phoenix continent. No one could compare to him. Boom. The terrifying power of darkness exploded in the water vapor. It could be seen that dozens of strange, shark-like water currents had all exploded. This was the source of the killing intent. It was Tian High Pearl's killing move. However, in front of Ling Xiao, such a powerful killing move was broken with a single strike. Another pearl of the heavenly sea pearl was smashed into pieces, and the mist quickly dissipated. Her figure appeared again. Water God's 7 pearls. Flood Water Pearl. Tian Hai Pearl's expression did not change. She immediately released the third pearl. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave surged from behind her. The turbid wave pounced toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. It actually carried a shocking roar, as if it was a living monster. Dark demonic sword, heart destruction. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even more powerful. Facing the attack of the torrential flood, he did not retreat. His long black hair danced in the air. He held the sword with both hands and directly slashed out. Boom! The terrifying sword chi slammed into the flood, and another bead was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away. In this battle, Ling Xiao once again gained the upper hand. In terms of the ingenuity of the attack, Tian Hai Pearl was indeed good. However, in terms of the power of the attack, stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness, no one in this world could compare with Ling Xiao. Even a senior like Long Huang Shangren could not be stronger than him. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, all of Ling Xiao's moves were basically precisely calculated and completely achieved 100% efficiency. Show me what else you have. Otherwise, you'll really lose your life. Ling Xiao looked at Tian Hai Pearl and approached her again. Since it was a battle of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Chapter 1598. Facing Tian Hai Pearl, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. If he was careless, he might lose his life. Although he had the upper hand now, it was because he had been suppressing Tian Hai Pearl from the very beginning. If he were to let his guard down, the advantage would instantly belong to his opponent. Therefore, the continuous attacks exhausted the Heavenly Sea Pearl, and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, with a thunderous momentum, was completely defeated. This was Ling Xiao's battle strategy from the very beginning. Water God's 7 pearls, 4 dragons emerging from the sea. Tian Hai Pearl naturally saw through Ling Xiao's plan. Therefore, she had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Her strategy was to use her strongest attack to force Ling Xiao back, and then find her own rhythm. With this attack, Tian Hai Pearl used the remaining 4 pearls at the same time. The 4 blue dragons were completely condensed from water vapor and contained terrifying water-type inner energy. They roared in the air as if they were going to devour and destroy everything. Dark demonic sword, soul destroyer. Ling Xiao slashed with the dark demonic sword again. Its power increased again, and a terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire killing dragon forest. The black heavenly demon behind him had already released 20% of its battle intent. It gathered on the dark demonic sword and exploded with a shocking murderous aura. Tian Hai Pearl had no way out. At this moment, she could only use the 4 pearls to attack at the same time and use her strongest move to defeat Ling Xiao. Other than that, she had no other choice. The 4 water dragons pounced on Ling Xiao but were blocked by the black sword aura. They were in a stalemate in the air. Ling Xiao sneered. The heavenly demon behind him released its aura and his battle intent increased by another 10%. At the same time, the dark demonic sword in his hand exploded with an even more terrifying aura. God Destroyer. He changed his move and its power increased tremendously. The 4 water dragons that were in a stalemate were obviously weakened and suppressed. Oh no, the young master is in trouble. Dai Ying hurriedly stood up and wanted to help. He did not dare to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if he joined forces with Tian Hai Pearl to fight Ling Xiao, he was not afraid at all. However, Long Mei, who was opposite him, stared at his every move. As long as he dared to make a move, Cold Plum would definitely not sit idly by. Third brother, don't be anxious. The young master still has a trump card. The first hero stopped the third hero and calmly said, although the Tian Hai Pearl was indeed at a disadvantage in the current situation. However, as long as he used that trump card, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. While they were talking, the 4 water dragons of the Heavenly Sea Pearl suddenly turned blood red. Then, his strength began to rise rapidly. Upon closer inspection, a blood-red lake appeared behind the Sky Sea Pearl. Although it was not large, it gave off a terrifying smell of blood. Is this your trump card? It is indeed powerful, but it is still too disappointing. Ling Xiao obviously felt the pressure, but his face showed an excited smile. He simply put away the dark demonic sword and retreated. As he retreated, the 4 blood dragons chased after him. Ling Xiao's body gradually merged into the heavenly demon's shadow. 11th shadow profound, heavenly demon incarnation. 50% of the heavenly demon fighting intent. A tyrannical aura began to wreak havoc around Ling Xiao like a storm. The broken branches and rotten leaves on the ground were swept up into the sky. Smoke and dust covered the sky, severely obstructing the vision of many people. As Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared, the terrifying black, heavenly demon appeared in the void. The storm of destruction continued to roar. Wherever the black, heavenly demon passed, it was as if doomsday had arrived. All life was obliterated by this dark power. Extinction. Disappear. In that instant, the 4 blood dragons let out mournful screams. Then, they shattered one by one. The blood-red liquid merged into the storm of destruction and became a part of the black, heavenly demon. Looking at that sinister face, the Sky Sea Pearl's face was filled with horror. What kind of move was this? How could it be so terrifying? Her trump card, the Blood Dragon Lake, which she was so proud of, was defeated so easily. Ling Xiao had once used the immemorial Golden Crow against the Alliance Master of the 5 Immortals Island, but he did not activate his incarnation, because at that time, he had not completely controlled this energy. Now, facing the Sky Sea Pearl's terrifying Blood Dragon Lake, he tried again. This terrifying heavenly demon incarnation even gave him a fright. Just 50% of his strength was already so terrifying. Against the Sky Sea Pearl, it was an absolute crushing situation. Not good, I can't block it. The Sky Sea Pearl looked at the storm of destruction in front of her in horror, as well as the terrifying expressionless heavenly demon in the storm. Heavenly demons generally did not have a physical body. They were just huge bodies made of black energy. Only their facial expressions were vivid. However, this vivid and lifelike image had now turned into a terrifying storm that made people tremble. The Sky Sea Pearl wanted to retreat, but this storm was too fast. She rationally realized that if she turned around, she would lose all chance of resisting. At this moment, the only way to save her life was to face it head-on. Burn. Power of the Water God. The Sky Sea Pearl used a secret technique of the Water God Temple. She prayed for the blessing of the Water God and burned the energy in her body. Then, 4 more blood dragons condensed in the Blood Dragon Lake. They were clearly one size larger than before. The 4 blood dragons fused together and quickly became an even larger blood dragon. It raised its head and roared. If this blood dragon was defeated, the Sky Sea Pearl would be doomed. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She continuously released energy and poured it into the huge blood dragon to resist it. Can you block it? The heavenly demon's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a hint of coldness in his lava-like eyes. The black energy turned into a huge palm and slapped toward the blood dragon. Don't you dare hurt my young master. At this moment, the 3rd hero and 5th hero attacked at the same time, trying to save the Sky Sea Pearl from Ling Xiao's demonic claws. The 1st hero also wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Cold Plum. It did not matter if the 3rd hero and 5th hero helped, because Ling Xiao was not afraid. However, if the 1st hero interfered, it would be a little difficult. After all, the 1st hero was a 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm expert. If a martial artist of this level launched a sneak attack, Ling Xiao would definitely suffer. 3 pieces of trash. Together, you're still trash. Go to hell. A cold voice came from the heavenly demon's mouth. Then, the blood dragon quickly collapsed. The huge black palm slapped toward the 3 Water God Temple elites. A terrifying black storm swept up along with the palm. There was despair in the 3's eyes. In the face of the huge black palm, they were unable to resist at all. There was only despair. Young master. The Dragon Prince and Tian Hyamo rushed out at the same time, trying to save the young master. However, Zhu Xiaocong, Imoyu, Long Chun, and the others also rushed out. They only blocked the Dragon Prince and Tian Hyamo for a moment. However, this short period of time was enough. Chapter 1599. Azuru Amami, the 3rd hero, and the fifth hero could only watch as their arms slowly disappeared. Then, their heads started to shatter in the black storm. Before they died, only fear and regret were left on their faces. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The three figures could no longer be seen on the ground. They were all torn apart by the black storm and turned into fragments. They could no longer be found. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. The terrifying heavenly demon incarnation was still floating in midair and did not stop attacking. Its huge palm slapped toward Dragon Prince and Tian Hyamo at the same time. The two of them resisted forcefully, but they were still pushed back by this terrifying power. Kill! A cold voice came from the heavenly demon incarnation's mouth. The black storm continued to wreak havoc. Ling Xiao had tried to kill Tian Hyamo and the Dragon Crown Prince, but he actually wanted to kill these two as well. These two people actually shamelessly ambushed him and injured Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Long Chen, and the others. This was something Ling Xiao absolutely could not tolerate. Moreover, Ling Xiao had entered the heavenly demon incarnation state. His personality was affected to a certain extent and became even more violent. Although he did not lose his rationality, he would definitely not give up against such shameless people. Dragon Prince and Tian Hyamo were in a very sorry state. These two people's cultivations were not weak, but because they fought hastily and did not understand Ling Xiao's moves, they were actually beaten back repeatedly. Dragon Prince was better off, but Tian Hymo's clothes were in tatters. Countless bloodstains appeared on his body. The people of Divine Phoenix Continent had not finished digesting Ling Xiao's feat of killing the second hero, third hero, and fifth hero. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that they did not know what to say. This Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Dragon Prince should be at least at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm. Tian Hyamo was at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although it was because he had underestimated his opponent, the fact that he was being chased by this Ling Xiao was a little too exaggerated. It was hard for him to accept. The more the Dragon Prince thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided not to run. He had originally planned to save his strength to deal with Feng Yinshan and Ji Huangtian, but now he had to go all out to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if word of this got out, he, the Dragon Crown Prince, might as well quit his job. A terrifying aura came from behind the Dragon Crown Prince. The shadow of a flood dragon appeared behind him. No wonder he was called the Dragon Prince. His martial spirit was a flood dragon martial spirit. Although the flood dragon was not an orthodox member of the Dragon Clan, it still had the blood of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, such a martial soul was still very powerful. The two of you should stop. Lord Long Huang suddenly appeared between the two of them and blocked their attacks. He didn't move at all. A powerhouse was a powerhouse. This old fellow's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Both of you are the top geniuses of the Tianhai Empire. No matter who dies, it's not worth it for the Tianhai Empire. I think stopping here is the best outcome. Lord Long Huang's tone was indifferent, but it was filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. Yes, it's time to stop. It wouldn't be good if we didn't completely destroy the harmony. Feng Yinshan also stepped forward to mediate. The two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire also stepped forward. At this point in the battle, although they really wanted Ling Xiao to die, whether the Dragon Crown Prince could kill Ling Xiao was still a problem. If even the Dragon Crown Prince was killed, then they really wouldn't be able to explain it. If they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they could do it behind his back. There was no need to do it in front of so many people. Therefore, it was necessary to stop the battle. The Dragon Crown Prince didn't want to fight to the death, but he was being chased like a mouse by Ling Xiao. He was so angry that he wanted to fight. He wanted to stop the battle the most now. When Ling Xiao saw so many people stop him, his anger gradually subsided. He coldly glanced at the Dragon Crown Prince and Tian Hyamo. These two had to die, but in his current state, he really couldn't deal with them. It was better to strike from the shadows. That way, he could erupt with even more power and kill them without anyone noticing. With this thought, he withdrew from the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. Besides panting a little, he didn't seem very tired. The 7 heroes of Water God Temple. You really do live up to your reputation. You can't beat me, but your sneak attacks are stronger than the last. Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight, but he wasn't willing to let them go with his words. These words were full of sarcasm, causing the faces of the Water Spirit Temple's cultivators to turn ugly. But they couldn't say anything. This was because Ling Xiao had killed almost all of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple in front of them. Only the first hero had survived. They casually said that Ling Xiao was courting death, that Ling Xiao wasn't worthy of sitting on Phoenix Cry's Divergent Mountain. They humiliated and slandered Ling Xiao in every possible way. But in front of Ling Xiao, they kept retreating, completely confirming Ling Xiao's words of trash. If the Tianhai Pearl could kill Ling Xiao with the help of the 3rd and 5th heroes, even if it was a little shameless, it wouldn't have mattered. That way, they could still hold their heads high and trample Ling Xiao under their feet. But the problem was that even after using shameless sneak attacks, not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, they were all slaughtered by Ling Xiao. Not even their bones were left. Of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, only the first hero was left. This was really humiliating to the extreme. Thinking back to a few days ago when they hadn't met Ling Xiao, they acted recklessly in the Divine Phoenix Empire. They were awe-inspiring, bullying the weak. How awe-inspiring, how insufferably arrogant. They didn't even put the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial family in their eyes, and even insulted and ridiculed the Heavenly Empire. They even threatened to destroy the Heavenly Empire. But now that they met Ling Xiao, all their delusions and arrogance turned into humiliation and tragedy. Not only did their reputation hit rock bottom, they also lost 6 lives. For Water God Temple, the loss was really too great. Everyone's face was gloomy. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Let's go. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Ling Xiao. Staying with this person made him feel uncomfortable all over. Even if he stayed for a second longer, he felt that he would completely collapse. It was too embarrassing. For a person who cared about face, the series of things that happened here today were ruthlessly slaps on his face, making him unable to show his face. Tianhaimo also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, you are indeed very strong. It can even be said that you are the role model of the younger generation in the Divine Phoenix continent. But it's best if you don't go to the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, not even your bones will be left." Who doesn't know how to threaten? You Water God Temple's martial artists only have this bit of virtue. Ling Xiao looked at Tianhaimo contemptuously and said, "Listen, I will definitely go to the White Tiger continent. But I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the destruction of Water God Temple will be unavoidable." Arrogant. Too arrogant. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They had never heard of a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix continent who dared to threaten Water God Temple. This Ling Xiao was really unique. Chapter 1600. Ling Xiao actually said that if the Water Spirit Temple dared to provoke him again, he would destroy them. His words made everyone think that he was too arrogant. He was too powerful. However, there was always a reason for this person's arrogance. The words he had said before seemed to have become reality one by one. They didn't know if the Water Spirit Temple's life was tough or if Ling Xiao's was tough. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch in the future of the White Tiger continent. Tianhaimo, the Dragon Prince, and the others turned and left. Feng Yinshan arranged for a steamed Dragon Phoenix and the cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to rest in the Imperial City. They were preparing to return to the White Tiger continent tomorrow. As for the 2 divine envoys of the Tianhai Empire, they hurriedly took their leave, saying that they were in a hurry to report the matter of killing the Dragon Forest to their superiors. However, only they knew what they were planning. "Brother Mou, Brother Xiaozong, if you don't mind, why don't you return to the overgrown forest city with us? It's too dangerous for you to stay here." Mou and Zhu Xiaozong's injuries weren't serious. After all, they were only pushed back by Tianhaimo and the Dragon Prince. After Ling Xiao gave them healing medicine, they were more or less healed. "No, we're in a hurry to go back. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island are in danger. If it weren't for the White Tiger meat's selection, we wouldn't be here." The 2 rejected Ling Xiao's kindness. "Actually, the 2 of you don't know. I've already sent people to the Canopy Immortal Island and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I guarantee that the 2 Immortal Islands will be fine." Ling Xiao smiled. After all, I sent Sister Moon Maiden and Senior Juemo Sword. Really? Mou and Zhu Xiaozong were overjoyed. So, the two of you will return to the overgrown forest city with me first. After the matters here are over, I'll go with you to the two immortal islands to check out the situation. Ling Xiao smiled. Words can't express our gratitude. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Ling Xiao was really like the rumors said. A drop of water would be repaid with a spring. Then, everyone left together. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the two divine emissaries of the Tianhai Empire breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw Ling Xiao's character, they were really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill them to silence them. Lord Envoy, that Ling Xiao killed the people we brought with us. He even killed a deputy envoy. Are we just going to leave like this? The green-clothed vice emissary rejoiced, but at the same time, he was somewhat displeased. She felt that she had been insulted by Ling Xiao, but she did not dare to say anything. Don't worry, when have we ever suffered a loss? Since he dared to kill people from the Tianhai Empire, then Ling Xiao will soon become the enemy of all the warriors in the Tianhai Empire. What the memorial says is none of our business. The red-clothed envoy sneered and said, as long as Ling Xiao sets foot on the White Tiger continent, he will definitely face the threat of death. Let this brat be rampant. We don't need to make a move, and we can make him beg for death. Ha ha ha, Lord Envoy is still the best. Are we going to leave the city now? The vice emissary asked. No hurry, let's first meet up with the people from the Water Divine Hall. So many people from the Water Divine Hall died this time, and they were all elites. It's impossible for them to not bear a grudge against Ling Xiao. If we join forces with them to kill Ling Xiao, it will be easier. The red-clothed envoy replied. Then, the two of them passed through the dragon-slaying forest and chased after the Water Divine Hall team. After a moment, the two of them suddenly stopped. Do you feel like we're being followed? The red-clothed envoy's face was ashen, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. It can't be, Lord Envoy. That Ling Xiao has already returned to the Forest Ocean City with his people. It's impossible for him to come and deal with us. Aren't you overthinking it? The vice emissary's cultivation was inferior to the red-clothed envoy, so he did not feel anything strange. However, the red-clothed envoy's face was still ugly. He keenly felt that they were being watched by something. But when he released his soul force to search, he found nothing. Let's go. Let's not look for the people from the Water Divine Hall. Let's go directly to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. The red-clothed envoy suddenly changed his mind. Although he did not find any trace of anyone, he still felt that something was following them. In order to ensure their safety, choosing to seek refuge in the Imperial Palace was clearly the best choice. Yes, the vice emissary in green nodded when he heard this. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and increased their speed, like two large birds soaring in the sky. However, no matter how fast they increased their speed, the red-clothed envoy still felt a chill on his back. It was obvious that something was watching them. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that they had already left the dragon-slaying forest and were on the streets, the red-clothed envoy gradually calmed down. The person following them should not dare to casually make a move on the streets, because there were soldiers patrolling everywhere. Come over here. The red-clothed envoy ordered the Divine Phoenix Empire's city patrol to his side. The city patrol was very obedient because they recognized the divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire. Back when the divine envoy had humiliated the innocent women in the imperial capital, they did not stop him. Instead, they stood guard for him. Later, when that woman committed suicide, they were also the ones who helped dispose of her corpse. In the eyes of these Divine Phoenix Empire's city patrol, the divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire was an immortal-like existence that they absolutely could not disobey. For these people, they could even abandon their conscience. There were even people who gave their underage daughters to the divine envoy for entertainment. Not only did they not feel ashamed or sad, they even excitedly thought about when they would be promoted and rich. What orders does the divine envoy have? The captain of the city patrol, the one who gave his daughter to the divine envoy, asked respectfully. Someone is trying to murder this envoy. Find him. The red-clothed envoy ordered. Understood. Everyone listen up. Start searching every corner and find out who dares to disrespect the divine envoy. The captain of the city patrol was really like a dog. When someone else said something, he immediately picked up a bone and gave an order. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he was doing, or that it would affect the normal lives of the commoners. What a good dog. An icy voice floated out from the darkness. It was actually a pitch-black shadow with only a pair of purple eyes. A specter. The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the strange thing in front of him. This sort of undead should not have appeared in the divine Phoenix continent. It should only appear in the Hell continent. No. Why did that voice sound like Ling Xiao's? The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the specter-like monster, not knowing why he would think this. You are that Ling Xiao? The red-clothed envoy asked. The specter naturally did not answer him. But the red-clothed envoy's guess was correct. This specter was indeed under Ling Xiao's control. It came from the divine tomb. Like the skeleton general, it was an undead from another dimension. The difference was that the skeleton general possessed powerful combat strength, while this specter had no combat strength at all. It was used to follow and spy for information. Chapter 1601. Although specters didn't have any battle strength, they could enter any object and wouldn't be hurt by anything. Only soul power could destroy them or discover them. However, one had to be stronger than Ling Xiao in order to achieve this. Ling Xiao used his source spirit to control specters to follow the red-clothed envoy. If he didn't see the city patrol captain, he wouldn't be willing to show himself. If he didn't show himself, no one could discover him. Even if you don't answer, I know it's you. You traitors actually dared to chase after the Heavenly Sea Empire's sacred envoy. Do you not want to live anymore? The red-clothed envoy questioned. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything, but his eyes looked at the city patrol captain. Although specters didn't have any physical attacks, they could still use soul attacks. Selling your daughter for glory, you deserve to die. A strong soul power suddenly entered the city patrol captain's soul realm. That guy's soul realm seemed to explode in an instant. With a pitiful cry, he knelt on the ground and stopped moving. When the red-clothed envoy saw this scene, he was shocked. Although he didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move here, facing this kind of lunatic, he didn't dare to treat his life as a joke. Turning around, he fled in the direction of the palace with the green-clothed vice envoy. The specter once again entered the darkness and continued to follow the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice envoy. That's right, Ling Xiao planned to kill these two fellows. But he wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Killing these 2 people was only one of them. Splashing dirty water on the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the second. After all, if a sacred envoy died in the palace, even if it wasn't done by the royal family, it would still be hard to escape the blame. So the royal family definitely wouldn't dare to leak this matter out. They would think of a way to help Ling Xiao hide it. Intimidating the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the third. Phoenix Krychishan went a bit too far. They clearly knew that Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island were related to him, yet they still sent troops to attack. Since it was like this, if he didn't do anything, then he would be letting down Ling Xiao's overbearing and arrogant personality. After the specter followed them for a while, Ling Xiao appeared beside it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already sent the others back to Forest Ocean City and then rushed over again. He kept the specter back into the divine tomb and personally followed the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice envoy. After a while, the red-clothed envoy suddenly looked back. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. He really didn't know when Ling Xiao had appeared and when he had replaced the black spirit. This fellow was simply like a ghost. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but he was also completely silent. What do you want? The red-clothed envoy's asked as he's asked. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just floated in the air, the black wings on his back flapping gently. It was as if he didn't exist in this space. I don't believe that you would dare to make a move in Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't utter a word and wasn't willing to leave, the red-clothed envoy steeled his heart and turned around to continue speeding towards the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao's goal was to chase him into the imperial city. If he didn't go, Ling Xiao would have used some other methods. Since he was so obedient now, Ling Xiao could be a little less worried. While flying, the red-clothed envoy turned back to look at Ling Xiao more than once. Ling Xiao's ghost-like figure that followed behind him gave him a lot of psychological pressure. Am I, the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire, going to die in the hands of an insignificant nobody? It's really unbearable to meet such a lunatic. He had never seen a guy like Ling Xiao. Not only was his personality crazy, but his strength was also very terrifying. He originally thought that with his second level of yin-yang realm cultivation, he could already crush most of the martial practitioners in the Divine Phoenix continent. That was why he was so impudent after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Together with those martial practitioners from the Water Divine Hall, he did a lot of arrogant and stupid things. But there was no danger, there wasn't even any resistance. Oh, speaking of resistance, there was a little boy around 7 or 8 years old who pointed a slingshot at him and said that he wanted to avenge his mother. Thinking of this, the red-clothed envoy found it funny. An ant dared to resist? So he turned that little boy into a pair of pieces. To him, all living things in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent were just ants. He came from the Tianhai Empire of the White Tiger continent and was a sacred envoy. But it was this kind of thinking that was completely destroyed in less than half an hour. The appearance of this lunatic Ling Xiao simply drove him crazy. Finally, they arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial palace. The red-clothed envoy's face revealed a happy smile. He increased his speed and rushed into the imperial palace with the green-clothed envoy. When the imperial guards saw the two of them, they didn't have any intention of stopping them and allowed them to enter. In the imperial palace, many martial practitioners of the imperial family were cultivating, including Feng Yinshan, Feng Minglian, and others. When they saw the two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire appear in the imperial palace in a sorry state, they all rushed out. They really wanted to see who actually dared to chase after the sacred envoys. The imperial guards were very angry. This was the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the two sacred envoys were honored guests of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Now, they were actually being chased after. If the Tianhai Empire found out, they would all die. Their gazes looked at the same time in the distance. There was a figure there, clothes as white as snow, black hair dancing wildly. On the young and even somewhat immature face, there was a bit of evil mockery and an extremely domineering expression. It's him. It's Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. How dare he chase after the sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire? The current Ling Xiao was known by almost everyone in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. The battle in the dragon-slaying forest was broadcast live on both continents, so almost everyone recognized this frivolous youth. The red-clothed envoy looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, "Kid, this is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What can you do to us now?" "That's right, damn traitor. When we return to the Tianhai Empire, we will definitely report to His Majesty the Emperor. We will tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. We will also slaughter your entire Tianhai Empire." The green-clothed envoy's expression was somewhat sinister. It had been a long time since he was chased into such a sorry state. The key was that this was the Divine Phoenix continent, a continent that they had once looked down on. Ling Xiao did not even look at the two sacred envoys. Instead, he looked at Feng Minglian in the crowd and said, "Lian come with me. Today, no one here will dare to stop you from leaving." Previously, Ling Xiao did not come to the imperial palace to forcefully take Feng Minglian away because he thought that his cultivation was not enough. He would be at a disadvantage against Feng Mingxiao. But it was different now. He had become a yin-yang realm martial artist and did not fear Feng Mingxiao at all. In the entire imperial family of the Divine Phoenix Empire, other than Feng Minqian and Feng Yinshan, no one could be his enemy. Chapter 1602. Okay. Feng Minglian had been waiting for Ling Xiao to pick her up. She didn't take the initiative to leave because she didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was here and took the initiative to pick her up, It meant that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. She didn't have to hesitate. With a smile, Feng Minglian flew to Ling Xiao's side. "Miss, you can't leave." At this moment, a tall figure blocked Feng Minglian's path. He was a rare second-level yin-yang realm martial artist from the Ice Phoenix tribe. Feng Mingxiao had entrusted him with the important task of guarding Feng Minglian and not allowing her to step out of the palace. He put Feng Minglian under house arrest like a prisoner. "Get out of my way." Feng Minglian looked at the martial artist in front of her and frowned. Her cultivation had reached the yin-yang realm earlier than Ling Xiao. After reaching the first level of the yin-yang realm, her accumulation over the past decade had been completely used up. However, her aptitude wasn't bad. On the contrary, it was very good. Although her cultivation speed couldn't be faster than Ling Xiao's, it was still faster than most people. She could fight this martial artist in front of her, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. That's impossible." That person shook his head and was very determined. "Get lost." Feng Minglian still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a muffled, thunderous sound exploded. Then, the cultivator who blocked Feng Minglian was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the building of the Imperial Palace. Of course, he didn't die. Ling Xiao didn't kill him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. This person didn't deserve to die. Feng Minglian glanced at that person and then flew to Ling Xiao's side like a happy magpie. Ling Xiao patted Feng Minglian's head and smiled. "Follow me in the future. The White Tiger continent is a gathering place. It's more suitable for our cultivation." "Okay." Feng Minglian nodded obediently. Then, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. "What do you want? Do you dare to attack me in the palace?" After seeing Ling Xiao defeat the martial artist who blocked Feng Minglian in an instant, the red-clothed envoy didn't have much confidence. He felt that Ling Xiao was a lunatic and would dare to attack him in the palace. Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. "Haha, the Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. Your eyes is up your head. Back then, when you were harming the citizens of the Divine Phoenix continent, you were so awe-inspiring. What about now? Are you afraid that I will kill you?" At this moment, many warriors and commoners were watching from the periphery of the imperial city. That was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to say to win the hearts of the people. He wanted to tell these people that what Feng Mingqishan could not do, he, Ling Xiao, could do. Ling Xiao's piercing voice caused the two holy emissaries of the Tianhai Empire to turn red with shame. Yes, when they bullied the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Now, facing the powerful Ling Xiao, they didn't even have the courage to resist. They only dared to escape. The faces of the martial artists in the imperial city were ugly, but the people outside the imperial city were cheering. They didn't know what had happened, but now they all understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao had come to avenge them. Kill those two bastards. Kill those two arrogant fellows. Cui Cui was killed by them. And little Gooden, he's only 7 years old. These two fellows are beasts. Although Ling Xiao was the heavenly emperor of the Heavenly Empire, in the eyes of the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had always been a heroic and legendary figure. Since the day he defeated the Black Crow Empire's army in Northern Desert City, it had been like this. A bunch of ants, lowly commoners. What's there to say about killing them? The green-clothed envoy roared. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so angry. It was just killing a few lowly commoners. In the eyes of this kind of person, the lives of lowly commoners were worthless. They took it for granted, just like a person stepping on an ant. They didn't feel any guilt at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He raised his right hand and a shadow all flew through the air. It passed through the gaps between dozens of people and instantly pierced the green-clothed envoy's throat. To you, they may be ants, but to me, they are my future people. Ling Xiao had once made a great wish to unify the mystic world and establish a true heavenly empire. Then, under this great wish, all the people could be said to be his people. He had the responsibility to save them. Of course, in return, these people had to work hard for his cause. It was that simple. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. This is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing that the green-clothed envoy was killed, some practitioners in the imperial city were unhappy. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He seemed to be one of the commanders of the imperial city's imperial guards. His cultivation wasn't bad. He also had the strength of a half-step yin-yang realm. But in the eyes of the current Ling Xiao, this bit of strength was nothing. I'm arrogant? I'm arrogant? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Back then, it was Fengming Wuliang who controlled the Northern Desert Army from behind the scenes, and he was also labeled as a traitor. If there wasn't a Moon Maiden back then, he would have died at the hands of Timur Mutu. He wouldn't be here today. Back then, did these people from the imperial family even care about his existence? Did they care about the existence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Wasn't Fengming Wuliang back then even more arrogant than now? The imperial family back then was probably the same as the sacred envoys today. They simply treated him like ants that could be killed at any time. That's right. I'm arrogant and arrogant. You're not convinced? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to these people. He looked mockingly at the Imperial Guard commander and smiled. You. The Imperial Guard commander wanted to curse Ling Xiao, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't speak. Ling Xiao could even easily kill a deputy envoy at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. What was he to him? Not convinced? Even if he wasn't convinced, he had to hold it in. He turned his head to look at Feng Yinshan and said respectfully, Crown Prince Yinshan, His Majesty the Emperor isn't here. You have to protect the imperial family's glory. Your strength isn't inferior to Ling Xiao's. This person has already committed a capital crime. Why don't you kill him? His words had actually violated a great taboo. People like Feng Yinshan hated it when others used him the most. He could tolerate Feng Ming Qishan, but he couldn't tolerate Feng Ming Qishan's dog. The imperial family's glory? Feng Yinshan sneered and said, from the day Feng Ming Qishan ignored the election and proclaimed himself the emperor, the imperial family's glory has become a joke. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't become enemies with Ling Xiao for Feng Ming Qishan. This was a politician. The lives of others weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. He only cared about his own interests. Chapter 1603. Even if Ling Xiao massacred the imperial city today, as long as he did not kill Feng Yinshan's relatives, he would not make a move. Moreover, even he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao's growth was too fast, so fast that he did not have time to prepare. Feng Yinshan's words caused the Imperial Guard commander's expression to become unsightly. Feng Yinshan had disregarded the rules of the ancestors and seized the position of emperor. This was something everyone knew. Feng Yinshan's reason did not seem to have any problems. However, he felt that this was not the only reason. Perhaps even the crown prince of the Hidden Mountains feared Ling Xiao. His guess was not wrong. Feng Yinshan was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Although he was not afraid, he could not fight to the death with Ling Xiao here, because there was no benefit. If things went wrong, both sides would suffer. Suppression. Panic. The atmosphere in the air seemed to have frozen. In the imperial city, there were at least thousands of people staring at Ling Xiao, but no one dared to say anything. Ling Xiao had charged into the imperial city alone, but no one had the strength to stop him. This cowardly feeling made them so nervous that they wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao glanced at these people with contempt. They had been pampered and had long forgotten what battle was. If they were in the army, even if they were facing an expert, they would not be so cowardly. He looked at the Imperial Guard commander and hooked his finger. You want to kill me? Do it. I'll give you a chance. 3 moves. After 3 moves, as long as you can touch the corner of my clothes, I'll let you go. Ling Xiao looked at that person with contempt and provoked him with a mocking tone. He would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. However, before this Imperial Guard commander died, he could still make some contributions. At the very least, he could let the people outside the city see how powerful he was. Moreover, those who offended him would definitely not have a good ending. That person was stunned. Then, he gritted his teeth and pounced at Ling Xiao. He had no choice, because if he did not make a move, Ling Xiao would still kill him. If he made a move, he might still have a chance. He felt that he should be able to touch the corner of the other party's clothes. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 moves had already passed. Not to mention touching the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes, he was simply like a drunkard, battered and exhausted. It was as if he could never find a target. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You can die now. By the time Ling Xiao's voice rang out, he had already reached the Imperial Guard commander's side and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Cold and emotionless. Seeing the commander of the Imperial Army being restrained by Ling Xiao, the Imperial Army soldiers subconsciously released their internal energy in an attempt to rescue him. As expected, soldiers still had some guts. Although they were also used to living like princes, they were still much better than most of the martial artists in the royal family. Don't blame me for not warning you. I won't show mercy to anyone who attacks me. Ling Xiao held the Imperial Army commander in his hand, but his eyes were looking at the several thousand Imperial Army soldiers below and indifferently smiled. Don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. Let's kill him together. At this moment, several Yin-Yang realm martial artists suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. They all had the mark of the Ice Phoenix clan on their bodies. Clearly, they were the guardians that Feng Ming Qishan had left in the Imperial City. Perhaps Feng Ming Qishan had long expected that Feng Yinshan wouldn't sincerely serve him, so he made such preparations. There were a total of 6 people, and their cultivation levels were all at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. If it was Ling Xiao during the Dragon Phoenix selection, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat such a lineup. However, Feng Ming Qishan was still one step behind. He probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation level had already reached the Yin-Yang realm. Good timing. Ling Xiao came to the Imperial City to show off his strength to Feng Ming Qishan. If he didn't make Feng Ming Qishan feel heartache, there was no point in him coming this time. When he saw the 6 people appear, not only was he not nervous at all, but he was also excited. Heavenly Demon Transformation. In an instant, Ling Xiao entered the Heavenly Demon Transformation state. The Imperial Guard commander in his hand was instantly corroded by the Black Death energy and turned into nourishment for the Heavenly Demon. Even his corpse couldn't be seen. Kill. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Ling Xiao directly charged into the Imperial City. Thousands of martial artists actually dodged, not daring to attack Ling Xiao. The Black Heavenly Demon landed in the crowd, and its huge palm fiercely slammed toward the 6th second level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Feng Yinshan sighed helplessly. It's over. It's all over. A dragon cub has finally grown into a divine dragon. No one could stop him anymore. At least in the Divine Phoenix continent, it was no longer possible. Boom. Black energy exploded in the Imperial City. 6 martial artists at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm were killed by Ling Xiao almost at the same time without being able to put up any resistance. They howled miserably in the black energy. However, it was to no avail. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance and looked at the red-clothed envoy of the Tianhai Empire. You've lived for too long. You can die now. He didn't forget his purpose for coming here. The red-clothed envoy shouted in horror. Feng Yinshan, why aren't you saving me? Unfortunately, Feng Yinshan didn't even look at him. In his despair, Ling Xiao's palm pressed against his forehead, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Too terrifying. That was too cruel. This was Ling Xiao, the celestial emperor of the Tianhai Empire. He had great strength and was fearless. Whoever offended him, he would kill. He would not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. That's all for today. Ling Xiao wiped his hands and said loudly, I'll give you 2 hours to consider. Submit to the Tianhai Empire and join the Tianhai Empire, and everything will be over. Otherwise, in 2 hours, the army will press down and the Divine Phoenix Empire will cease to exist. The soldiers and martial artists who refuse to surrender will suffer the same fate as them. Ling Xiao, aren't you going a little too far? Feng Yinshan finally frowned. Too far? I say, Crown Prince Yinshan, ever since your imperial family targeted me and tried to kill me, we've had a grudge against each other. Could it be that you're only allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to deal with you? Is there such a logic in this world? Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered, Feng Yinshan, I didn't kill you because I wasn't completely confident. Secondly, you and I were once allies. Moreover, you've never done anything too excessive to me. But today, if you insist on stopping me, then we can only meet in battle. Can I take the Fire Phoenix tribe and leave? Feng Yinshan asked after a moment of thought. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't magnanimous, but if Feng Yinshan stopped him, it would be even more troublesome to take down the imperial capital. If Feng Yinshan wanted to leave, he would be happy. Of course, if Feng Yinshan insisted on being his enemy, he wouldn't mind directly exterminating the Fire Phoenix tribe. Thank you. To Feng Yinshan, he had completely failed in the battle of the Divine Phoenix continent. Chapter 1604. Although Feng Yinshan had not lost to Feng Mingqishan, he had completely lost to Ling Xiao. Now that the Heavenly Empire was powerful, he knew that it was impossible for him to turn the tide. The only choice was to leave this place and head to the White Tiger continent. He looked at the string of sandalwood beads in his hand. He had obtained this thing a long time ago. He had thought that he would never be able to use this thing. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. People of the Fire Phoenix tribe, listen up. Those who are willing to follow me, go back and pack your things now. It will take at most an hour. Feng Yinshan took a deep breath. His defeat this time did not mean that he would lose forever. Perhaps he would come back in the future. Other than the Fire Phoenix tribe, the other martial artists who belong to the Divine Phoenix Imperial family will die unless they surrender. There is no third choice. Ling Xiao could let Feng Yinshan leave because he did not want to face two powerful enemies, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan at the same time. He could not see through Feng Yinshan's cultivation. Moreover, this guy seemed to have other forces supporting him. It was just that on the Divine Phoenix continent, the force behind him could not fully display its strength. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not want to be enemies with this guy. Unless there was no other choice, it was not a good idea to meet on the battlefield. Ling Xiao could let him leave. In terms of growth, he believed that he would not be inferior to Feng Yinshan. So what if Feng Yinshan went out and started a new life? He would only grow faster than Feng Yinshan. As for the others, they could forget about leaving. He was not that kind. Feng Yinshan left. Ling Xiao did not leave. He sat on the seat that should have belonged to Feng Mingqishan. He closed his eyes and seemed to be resting. Feng Minglian had already left for Lin Hai City. Outside, the army of the Heavenly Empire had already arrived. This army was strange. Not only were there humans, but there were also the Sea Clan, the Divine Phoenix Clan, and the Black Crow Clan. It was simply a mixed army. However, the soldiers were loyal and united. This was a very rare sight. In the current mystic world, only Ling Xiao could gather these people and unify them. They didn't make a move because they were waiting for Ling Xiao's orders. At the same time, they were also resting. The army had fought their way here from overgrown Forest City, and they were a little tired. Ling Xiao's 2-hour limit was actually to give these martial artists some time to rest. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. During this period of time, several armies of the Divine Phoenix Empire successively joined the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Just like in the past, these soldiers who had defected at the last minute were often used as the vanguard because they could not be completely trusted. Place it between the two armies. Moreover, the order had been disrupted, and the general leading the army had been replaced. If these people sincerely fight, then they can obtain the support of the Heavenly Empire's army. If they were only pretending to surrender, then all of them would be killed in an instant. This had always been the Celestial Empire's strategy towards the surrendered troops. As long as you can display middle city and combat strength, then you can be treated equally. Otherwise, it would be a different story. Ling Xiao was still resting there, as if he had forgotten everything that was happening outside. In the Imperial Palace, those soldiers who were guarding the monarch all had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao was actually sitting on their monarch's throne in such a grandiose manner, not taking them seriously at all. To the experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, simply treating them as nothing. Ling Xiao did not kill them, but tormented their hearts like this. They did not want to surrender, because they were the most loyal guards of Phoenix Cai-Qishan. But they did not dare to attack Ling Xiao, because they believed that they did not have that kind of strength. The result of making a move was very likely to be all killed. Ling Xiao did not kill them to display his benevolence and magnanimity to the people. It was not that he did not dare to kill them, nor was it that he sympathized with them. and the time for this display was only 2 hours. After that, they would still die. The sky was already dark. Ling Xiao was still sitting on that throne with his eyes closed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, his gaze ice cold, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The guards were shocked, thinking that their time of death had arrived. But when they looked at the huge clock on the throne, they realized that there was still an hour left. Just as they were shocked, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the hall. They actually did not notice the appearance of these people at all. They were like ghosts, mysterious and powerful. They were all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of the 20 people, 10 were at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, 8 were at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, and the remaining 2 were at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. What faction actually had such a powerful lineup of martial artists? And the weapons in these people's hands were very strange. They were not sabers or swords. They were all ring-shaped objects with sharp blades around them. Flying guillotine? This name appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. It was the knowledge that came from the memories of the other world. These people's weapons were very similar to the flying guillotine, but there were some differences. Because the weapons in their hands were all engraved with special inscriptions, and they were all common-grade spirit artifacts. In his memory, he had never seen such weapons in the mystic world. As for these people's identities, he could not guess. He could only feel that the aura coming from each of them was so cold, austere, and indifferent. It was as if they did not care about their lives. 20 Yin-Yang realm experts. That's really a lot. Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and sneered. Although he did not know who the mastermind behind these people was, to be able to mobilize so many Yin-Yang realm experts to deal with him, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this mastermind must really think highly of him and might even know him very well. They must know that ordinary people could not deal with him, so they sent this group to deal with him. Dark God Hall? Water God Hall? Righteous Alliance? Or the Patriarch Assembly? In Ling Xiao's impression, other than these few forces, no one else would be able to send out such a powerful team to assassinate him. Although he knew that the other party would not answer, he still asked, hoping to see some clues from the other party's eyes. But he was disappointed. These 20 people had obviously gone through strict and systematic training before they were able to do so. Each one of them had an extremely strong mental fortitude. Ling Xiao's Taiji, I could not see what they were thinking. Interesting. It was as if Ling Xiao had discovered a very interesting toy. An excited smile appeared on his face. If the opponent was too weak, it would not be fun. What he wanted was a strong opponent like this, one that could stimulate his potential to erupt. It doesn't matter who sink you. What's important is that you've gone too far, so you can die. A cold voice came from one of the assassins. Chapter 1605. As the assassin's cold voice rang out, the air in the entire hall seemed to have turned eerie and cold. It was as if they had been submerged in a cold lake. The 20 ancient martial art practitioners and 20 flying guillotines flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The blood-red glow appeared even more eerie and terrifying under the faint moonlight. The piercing sound caused the guards in the court hall to cover their ears. The attack this time was almost omnidirectional. All angles were sealed off. Ling Xiao had no room to escape. No matter how fast he was, there had to be space for him to dodge. These people obviously knew of his terrifying speed, so they did not give him any chance to escape. These were truly terrifying assassins. They were even more outstanding than the assassins from the Dark God Palace. They cooperated well, attacked decisively, and did not waste time. If it were anyone else, they would find this sudden attack very troublesome. Unfortunately, they were facing Ling Xiao. When the flying guillotines were less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, a terrifying flame and blinding light suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The 20 assassins seemed to have lost their vision at that moment. Everything in front of them was white, and they could not see anything. When they opened their eyes, they saw a monster wrapped in white bones sitting on the throne. His body was slightly larger than a human's, and his cold eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. At this moment, he was holding 2 heads in his claw-like hands. They were actually the 2 strongest assassins. Almost all the flying guillotines lost contact in an instant. They were melted into molten iron by the terrifying black flames and dripped onto the ground. Oh no, something's wrong with this guy. Retreat. After their attack failed, the assassins also noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. The power of Hell Physique was too terrifying. With the increase in his strength, Ling Xiao faced a level 3 Yin-Yang Realm ancient martial art practitioner as easily as facing a child. The assassins turned around and attempted to leave. However, at this moment, all the doors and windows in the hall closed, emitting a sound that made one's heart tremble. The assassins attempted to break open the door and window, but they realized that the window and door were wrapped by something that looked like white bones. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't budge. Since you're already here, why leave? Ling Xiao casually tossed the enemy's head to the ground and said with a mocking and cruel tone, "Monster." The expressions of the assassins were extremely ugly. They knew that they would not be able to escape today. Therefore, everyone took out a dagger and reformed their battle formation, looking at Ling Xiao warily. Hee, not bad. Although I don't know who trained you assassins, you're really not bad. You're able to face the death of 2 Yin-Yang Realm 3rd-level assassins calmly. You didn't cry for your parents or surrender. Not bad at all. Ling Xiao smiled, but he was even more confused in his heart. Who was it that could actually cultivate such a death warrior? If it were anyone else, they would have already knelt down and begged for mercy after witnessing the scene just now. However, the remaining 18 people were different. They didn't beg for mercy, and they actually wanted to continue fighting. I'll give you a chance to kill me. However, you only have 3 minutes. Once the time is up, it'll be my turn. Ling Xiao wanted to find some clues from the battle, which was why he said such words. Go. The assassins didn't hold back. Since there was no way to escape, they might as well fight to the death. The 18 people charged at Ling Xiao in a very rhythmic and orderly manner. When they were less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, they suddenly threw out a strange pellet at the same time. There was no explosion, only smoke and dust that filled the hall. Poisonous fog? No, this fog isn't poisonous. Ling Xiao stood there and muttered to himself. Although it isn't poisonous, it can block soul power and 5 senses. It's really powerful. In such a dangerous situation, he actually smiled. Moreover, he was smiling very happily. Suddenly, a cold killing intent attacked him from behind. Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he easily dodged it. However, in the direction where he dodged, another cold light seemed to have been waiting for him, as if it had been prepared for a long time. Interesting, really interesting. Ling Xiao reached out and punched. The fist and the blade collided, and there was a shocking explosion. Then, there was a grunt. Ling Xiao attempted to give chase, only to discover that from behind and behind him, several cold rays of light were once again attacking him. Too interesting. You can actually cooperate so well. It seems like you all have suffered a lot for training. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He gave up on chasing the enemy in front of him and turned around to attack the left. In such a situation, passively defending was the most dangerous thing. Only by attacking could one resolve the crisis. He promised to give them 3 minutes, but he didn't say that he wouldn't attack. Facing these Yin-Yang Realm assassins, unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't set such a trap for themselves. Boom. The explosive fist aura forced the assassin in front of him back, but he couldn't use his full strength. This was because the moment he attacked, the other assassins would attack from different angles, making it impossible for him to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. I have never seen such a fighting style before. It seems like these people aren't from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao pondered as he fought. However, he still couldn't determine the identity of the enemy. Although the other party's fighting style was very unique, he had never seen it before, so he couldn't deduce anything. Even a Yuan Venerate couldn't help him with this. Forget it. Since I can't deduce anything, I'll just kill them. Ling Xiao didn't intend to play anymore. It was time to end this boring assassination game. 3 minutes have passed. You all have already lost your chance. As Ling Xiao's voice was heard, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was like a gust of wind, blowing away the fog that filled the court hall. It also blew away all the 18 assassins. Ling Xiao once again sat on the throne of Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. He used his hand to support his cold chin and said indifferently, "I'll give you all a chance. Whoever reveals the mastermind behind this can leave this place alive. Not going to speak? Then I'll kill you all one by one. Let's see if you can hold on." Ling Xiao grinned maliciously before pointing at the guard captain, who was already trembling in fear. "You do it. Me. If you don't do it, you'll die," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. The guard captain gritted his teeth, raised the steel blade in his hand, and walked over to an assassin. He had to do this. After all, he had seen how powerful and terrifying Ling Xiao was. Chapter 1606. The guard commander had no choice but to obey Ling Xiao's orders. This was because he had personally witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was able to easily deal with 20 yin-yang realm assassins. And what exactly was that terrifying white bone armor? Ling Xiao wasn't human? He was a monster? Although he didn't know the answers to these questions, there was one thing he understood. That was because Ling Xiao was too strong. He was definitely not someone they could fight against. He still had a family to feed. So how could he die here and serve Phoenix Cry Chi Shan? In any case, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had never shown him any kindness, so he didn't feel too guilty. Crack! An icy voice rang out as an assassin's head fell to the ground. "Next, speak of the mastermind behind all of you." Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and emotionless. The 18 assassins had all been killed. Not a single one of them was willing to say a single word before dying. Ling Xiao had even used the three-leaf demonic eye to try and control their minds, but the mastermind had clearly thought of this. The moment the three-leaf demonic eye opened, the assassins all died with inexplicable screams. Even their souls were obliterated, leaving behind not a single wisp of consciousness. Even though he had killed the assassins, Ling Xiao didn't relax in the slightest. This opponent was too terrifying. This person understood him extremely well and had such a powerful faction. Just who was he? He clearly knew that his cultivation was so powerful that he didn't even place the 7 heroes of Water God Hall in his eyes. He clearly knew that he had the help of the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword, 2 peak experts, and he still dared to target him. This meant that his opponent wasn't afraid of the Moon Lady or the Wine Demon Sword. It seems like it really is a faction from the White Tiger continent. Could it be Water God Hall? Or the Tian Hai Empire? Guesses were just guesses. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time on pointless guesses. He shook his head and then stood up, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside. Perhaps he would have to be even more cautious when heading to the White Tiger continent in the future. There's still 1 hour. Ling Xiao looked at the huge wall clock behind him and dropped the unnecessary speculation in his heart. As for the matters of the White Tiger continent, they would talk about it after they reached the White Tiger continent. He wouldn't stop just because he was afraid. Right now, it was best to settle the matter of the Divine Phoenix continent first. From this night onwards, the Divine Phoenix Empire would no longer exist on the Divine Phoenix continent. Only the Celestial Empire. While Ling Xiao was waiting for the troops to be dispatched, 2 crucial battles were also taking place on the 5 Immortals Island tens of thousands of miles away. On Tianpong Immortal Island, Island Lord Zhu Wan and Feng Mingxiao were engaged in a fierce battle. On the other hand, Canopy Immortal Island's martial practitioners were valiantly resisting the Divine Phoenix Empire's army. Although they were severely outnumbered, the 5 Immortals Island was still the 5 Immortals Island. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It would not be so easy to swallow Tianpong Immortal Island. This was a miserable battle. He had originally thought that Tianpong Immortal Island would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Even though the Divine Phoenix Empire would have to pay a price for this, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, on the second day of the battle, there was an unforeseen event. In the sky, a bright moon suddenly illuminated the entire Immortal Island. Under that moonlight, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army suddenly collapsed. Death quickly spread. It's the Moon Maiden. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's reinforcements have arrived. An inspiring roar came from Tianpong Immortal Island, even though there was only 1 reinforcements. However, To them, this was already enough. The bugle horn for a counterattack sounded. The side that was originally being killed became the side that was slaughtering. There was no sympathy or mercy to speak of on the battlefield. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The Divine Phoenix Empire's army of hundreds of thousands was almost completely annihilated. Only a few lucky ones survived. As for Feng Mingxiao, he was injured by Zhu Wan and fell into the stormy ocean, his whereabouts unknown. At the same time, on the other side, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, beside the demon liquor sword stood two people. One was Ji Mingming, and the other was her weak elder brother. Even though her elder brother had already recovered from his insanity, his body was still very weak. At this moment, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, a tragic battle was going on. The joint army formed by the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island was crazily slaughtering the practitioners on the island. Ji Mingming nervously closed her eyes. She didn't dare to watch. Even though she hated that family that tried to kill her only relative and wanted to kill her. However, such a tragic scene still made her feel very uncomfortable. Young lady, open your eyes. This is the reality of the profound world. In this world, there is no sympathy or mercy. There is only strength. If your strength is not enough and your cultivation is not enough, then what you face is only contempt and slaughter. The demon liquor sword said indifferently, closing your eyes is just like burying your head in the sand like an ostrich. It won't change anything. Ji Mingming opened her eyes. Even though her body was still trembling, she persevered. She thought of what happened at the Blackwater Lake. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao at that time, she might have been killed long ago. No one would sympathize with her, including those so-called relatives of hers. None of them would come to save her. The massacre finally ended. The practitioners of the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island began to celebrate. However, they didn't expect that. This was just a little bit of joy before the end of the world. The pitch-black sword chi in the sky suddenly slashed down. The prelude to the doomsday of the two immortal islands began. The first to be killed were the island masters of the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island. These two were once insufferably arrogant existences. They had once treated Ling Xiao as an ant and tried to kill him. Under the pitch-black sword light of the demon liquor sword, they were not even worth mentioning. They had just experienced a tragic battle and were already very weak. In addition, their cultivation was far inferior to the demon liquor sword. After being killed, they didn't even have the slightest reaction. They were pitiful dogs of the Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. In the end, they ended up in such a miserable state. It had to be said that this was a huge tragedy. This time, the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island had sent out almost all of their practitioners. A portion of them died in the battle with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The rest all died under the Demon Liquor Sword's sword. After finishing the matter here, the Demon Liquor Sword headed to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Moon Maiden was the same. They had agreed to meet Ling Xiao at the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island would be the place where the final battle between the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire would take place. It might not be a battle between two armies, but it was equally important. The Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was there. The Black and White Elders were also there. Almost all of the elites of the Divine Phoenix Empire were there. On the other side, the war in the Divine Phoenix Empire had already begun. Because a large number of troops had chosen to surrender, coupled with the support of the people for Ling Xiao, the Heavenly Emperor, it was simply too easy for the army to take over the Divine Phoenix Empire. They could only continue south, surrender, or attack. They began to completely conquer the Divine Phoenix Empire. Chapter 1607. While Ling Xiao was in the process of conquering the Divine Phoenix capital, the Phoenix Academy, which was known as the strongest academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, was already empty. Other than the students who were incapable, the rest had escaped through special means. Ling Xiao could not do anything about this. The Righteous Alliance was in a similar situation. Almost all the higher-ups had disappeared. The Morality Court was also known as the last fortress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the gathering place of the strong. Ling Xiao wanted to see how powerful the Dean was, but he did not expect that the Dean had already escaped through a one-way transportation formation. Did they not dare to make an enemy out of him? Ling Xiao felt that this was not possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it would be troublesome for him to face a fourth-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, not to mention the Dean of the Morality Court. It was said that his cultivation was comparable to the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword. Thus, there was only one explanation. The laws of the mystic world in the divine phoenix continent were not conducive to their performance, so they went to the White Tiger continent. It's good that they left. It saves me a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao did not feel unhappy. Whether it was the Morality Court or the Phoenix Academy, they had a certain amount of strength to contend with him. If the other party really wanted to use force, although he could win, the losses would be too great. In this situation, although he could not eliminate them completely, at least it gave him more time to breathe and let him continue to become stronger. He believed that those enemies were waiting for him in the White Tiger continent. Did they think that he did not dare to go? If he wanted to step on the path of the strongest martial artist, the White Tiger continent was a place that he had to go. He looked at the sky in the distance and suddenly spread his wings. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. After settling the matters in the imperial capital, the only thing left was the Eternal Joy Celestial Island. There, he would probably have to have a real battle with Phoenix Cry Chishan. If he won, the Divine Phoenix continent would naturally belong to him. And if he lost, then everything he had done before might turn to dust and come to an end. The Eternal Joy Celestial Island was the strongest force in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. It was also the largest island. Its area could even be considered a small continent. Of course, the most important thing was that the Eternal Joy Celestial Island was on the main road to the White Tiger continent. If one wanted to go to the White Tiger continent, it was impossible to go around this island. This was because both sides of the sea were inhabited by terrifying storm sea beasts. The storm sea beast was huge and had terrifying strength. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to defeat the terrifying storm sea beast. Not to mention, the storm sea beasts in the sea often travel in groups. If one really tried to cross the sea, only death would await them. Therefore, the immortal island of everlasting joy had always been a battleground for military strategists. This was the reason why Fengming Qishan personally led the army to this place. Perhaps from Phoenix Cry Qishan's point of view, controlling the everlasting music immortal island was even more important than controlling the divine Phoenix Empire. It was precisely because of this that he had neglected the defense of the divine Phoenix Empire's capital, allowing Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. But even so, if Ling Xiao was unable to take down Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, then the final victor would still be Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had been artificially divided into two halves. On one side was the Divine Phoenix Coalition army led by Phoenix Cry Chishan. On the other side were the cultivators of Last Joy Immortal Island led by Last Joy Old Ancestor. The war had been going on for several days, and both sides had their victories and losses. The aqua blue tint was the color of Phoenix Cry Chishan's military camp. Inside the main camp, Phoenix Cry Chishan, elders black and white, and a group of generals were discussing the war. This bone is too hard to chew. If we had known earlier, we would have taken down the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island first. Then, we would have joined forces to deal with the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Elder Black said with a gloomy expression, "There's no point in talking about this now. I heard some rumors today about the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. Did you guys hear it too?" Elder White frowned and asked, "What rumors?" Phoenix Cry Chishan asked. These days, he had been thinking about how to defeat the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although the bone was hard to chew, victory was already in sight. With the current offensive, the destruction of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was only a matter of time. After the battle between the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island ended, Feng Mingxiao, to be inconsolable, and the people from the Blackwater Immortal Island would rush over. When the time came, they would join forces. What was there to worry about? He really didn't know what was going on outside. Elder White hesitated for a moment and said, I heard that the Moon Maiden appeared at the Canopy Immortal Island and joined forces with Zhu Wan to defeat Feng Mingxiao's army. Moreover, they sent Feng Mingxiao into the stormy ocean, leaving no corpse behind. The Liquor Demon Sword appeared at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. When the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was destroyed and the Blackwater Immortal Island and the opposite shore Immortal Island were exhausted, it suddenly attacked and killed everyone from the opposite shore Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island. This news seems to have spread in the outside world. It's just that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is currently at war, so no one knows. However, I think this is just a rumor. That Ling Xiao should be busy attacking the Black Crow Empire. How could he be free? What can't that person do? In the camp, the Thunderhawk Patriarch said with a livid expression. After being tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry Chishan, he had no way out. However, the worry for the future still drove him crazy. Maybe the Black Crow Empire will be dealt with by him in 3 or 4 days. Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Senior Black frowned. If that's the case, it will affect the army's morale. I don't know if it will affect the army's morale, but everyone, I've heard some rumors here. I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but it might be related to Emperor Qishan's future. The one who spoke was the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. He was also tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry Qishan. If he didn't obey, he would die. Therefore, he had no choice. What did you hear too? Say it. Phoenix Cry Qishan's face was gloomy, but he was still able to keep his cool. Emperor Qishan, please don't be angry if I say it. Just treat it as a rumor. The Vermilion Bird Tribe Matriarch sighed and said, I heard that just a day ago, Ling Xiao led an army to attack the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. Feng Yinshan led the Fire Phoenix tribe to escape, but we still don't know where exactly they went. However, the current imperial capital has already become a city of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's army is still attacking and conquering the small countries you previously conquered. Perhaps Ling Xiao has already led the army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island to fight you to the death here. Vermilion Bird Patriarch, your joke is a bit too much. Just based on that Ling Xiao? He's only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and the demonic Liquor Sword, how could he touch the imperial capital? Although the Crown Prince's cultivation is inferior to Emperor Qishan's, he's definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. Moreover, the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire is also in the imperial capital. Would Ling Xiao dare to do such a disgraceful thing in front of the sacred envoy? Senior Black couldn't believe the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's words. Chapter 1608. Elder Black, don't forget that person's name is Ling Xiao. Did you ever foresee any of the things he did? Could it be that you've forgotten so quickly that Ling Xiao killed the 5 Immortals Islands Alliance Master and Yuan Tianluan in the dragon-killing forest? It's not that I'm praising others and belittling myself, but this Ling Xiao definitely can't be treated with common sense. The rumors outside might not necessarily be rumors. Who knows? Ling Xiao might personally lead an army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and attack us from both sides with Ancestor Everlasting Joy. We'll have no way to survive. The Vermilion Bird Tribe's Patriarch said fearfully. He believed that it was impossible for such rumors to appear for no reason. Since someone said so, then it was possible that such a thing had really happened. Sometimes, he even felt that he had made the wrong choice. If he had chosen to submit to Ling Xiao like the Great Rock Tribe and the Peacock Tribe, today's outcome might have been different. Ling Xiao, this person, had grown from an insignificant nobody to today, where even those big shots could not suppress him. The former overlords of the Divine Phoenix continent no longer had their former arrogance in front of Ling Xiao. Was this kind of person not worth following? Absolutely impossible. If Ling Xiao really dares to make a move against the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Divine Envoy of the Sky Sea Empire, and those experts of the Water God Hall will definitely not watch from the sidelines. Elder Black said angrily, "You think too highly of that kid. This old man really doesn't believe that he would dare to offend the Divine Envoy of the Sky Sea Empire." In the eyes of the older generation of experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, The Sky Sea Empire was an unshakable and unapproachable existence. It was the heavens, the earth, and their god. It was a supreme existence. They didn't even dare to say a word of disrespect, so how could they dare to offend it? Although Ling Xiao had made a name for himself now, he was at most a figure like them. Would he really dare to disrespect the Sky Sea Empire? With Elder Black's way of thinking, it was impossible for him to understand. That guy is a lunatic, don't you think so? Not to mention the Tianhai Empire. As long as someone blocks his path of martial arts, even if it's the Jingyi school, he will dare to destroy them. The Vermilion Bird matriarch sneered and said, I advise everyone to make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late by the time he arrives with his army. Impossible. Ling Xiao probably hadn't even taken down the Black Crow Empire yet. Perhaps he had already died there. My advice to all of you is to stop believing in some rumors. You should think about how to take down the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. As long as the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was taken down, the next target would be the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Let's take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao hasn't grown up yet and catch him off guard. Elder Bai absolutely agreed with Elder Hei's judgment. Although she had seen Ling Xiao's power, she still felt that the Vermilion Bird tribe matriarch's worries were a little excessive. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from afar, as if a terrifying battle was about to begin. This made everyone in the camp nervous. Feng Ming Qishan frowned, suddenly stood up and said to the outside, Go and see what happened. In his heart, he had a strong premonition. Reporting. The fleet of the Heavenly Empire has appeared on the surface of the sea. Their flags are fluttering, covering the sky and the sun. Our people can't hold on any longer. A moment later, the scout reported. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Elder Black and Elder White looked at each other, unable to believe what they had heard. Bastard, have you investigated it clearly? Elder Black rushed out of the tent and grabbed the scout and scolded him angrily. Let him go, Elder Black. Ling Xiao has really arrived. Feng Ming Qishan also walked out of the tent. The terrifying aura in the distance made him feel a real threat. He was too familiar with Ling Xiao's aura. Although he had never placed this person in his eyes, Feng Ming Qishan had always been paying attention to him. Because Ling Xiao had once cooperated with Feng Yinshan, this gave him a bad premonition. Feng Ming Qishan, get the hell out here. Suddenly, a roar came from the horizon. The terrifying sound wave spread for dozens of miles, shaking the ears of countless Divine Phoenix Empire soldiers and warriors. Currently, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army was being attacked from both sides and was in a dangerous situation. Army against army, Feng Ming Qishan already had no chance of winning. The only thing he could rely on right now was his powerful cultivation. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything could be reversed. Feng Ming Qishan looked coldly at the distant sky and said in a clear voice, Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, then fight with me on Changle Peak. Changle Peak, the highest peak of Changle Immortal Island, was close to 6,000 meters tall. On the mountain peak, there was snow all year round and the climate was extremely cold. If an ordinary martial artist went up, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. If an ordinary person didn't have any special measures to keep warm, then they would basically die. Why wouldn't I dare? Changle Peak was located in a neutral zone, so neither side could send troops to guard it. Of course, more importantly, most martial artists wouldn't be able to reach the peak. Unless it was a yin-yang realm expert, otherwise, it would be a waste of time to go up. If Ling Xiao could personally kill Feng Ming Qishan, then this war could end, and the losses of the Heavenly Empire soldiers would be minimized. Why wouldn't he be happy? On the way from Divine Phoenix Empire to Changle Immortal Island, he once again achieved a breakthrough. In the intense battles, his potential was completely stimulated. Now, he was already a second-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Facing Feng Ming Qishan, he really didn't have much fear. Furthermore, on Changle Peak, if there was no one else, he could completely use the Tyrant martial soul. He still had about a 50% chance of killing Feng Ming Qishan. As for whether he could win in the end, it would really depend on his performance. But the more dangerous the battle, the more it could arouse his desire to fight. Perhaps after the battle with Feng Ming Qishan, His cultivation could once again explosively break through. Why would he miss such a good opportunity? All right, see you on Changle Peak. Fengming Qishan sneered and said, just the two of us. No one is allowed to bring helpers. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't fight. That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao replied in a clear voice. I'll take my leave first. Fengming Qishan soared into the sky and leaped in the direction of Changle Peak. In an instant, he had already stepped onto the white ice mountain. As expected, he didn't bring anyone. Ling Xiao, that Fengming Qishan isn't a good person. Are you sure he will fight you one-on-one? Demon Wine Sword frowned. I'm sure he won't fight me one-on-one. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, with my understanding of those people from the imperial family, Fengming Qishan must have made some preparations to invite me to Changle Peak for a decisive battle. Then why are you still going? Moon Maiden said anxiously, I'll go with you. I said I won't bring anyone. We can't violate the rules. Ling Xiao smiled. This smile was filled with confidence and a trace of cunning. Chapter 1609. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. If Phoenix Cry Mountain really wants to fight me one-on-one, then I can take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. If it's a trap, do you still not believe me? If I can't beat him, I can also escape. If I can't escape, I can also ask for help. With the two of you here, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Phoenix Cry Mountain? Then we'll just wait here? The Moon Maiden frowned and asked, wait for what? I didn't say to stop the attack. Phoenix Cry Mountain has its own plan. I'm not an idiot. In the Divine Phoenix Army, Phoenix Cry Mountain is the most terrifying. Now that he wants to duel with me, you naturally have to take the opportunity to attack. With Sister Moon Maiden and the Demon Wine Sword, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Divine Phoenix Army, right? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. In fact, wasn't the reason why he wanted to duel with Phoenix Cry Mountain to restrain the strongest person in the other party's formation? You're really cunning. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. All right, we'll do as you say. Inform Ancestor Changle and launch an attack at the same time. The order is for Ling Xiao to ascend Changle Peak. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about what happened next. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, stepping onto the peak of Changle Peak. The moment he went up, he sensed that something was wrong. On Changle Peak, someone had already laid down layers of barriers. It was very similar to the 10,000 Gate formation in the dragon-slaying forest, but it was even more exquisite. It seemed that in order to imitate Ling Xiao's use of these formations, the other party had already considered this point when setting up the formation, and all the formations were encrypted. Even if they wanted to break it, it would take a lot of time. They did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to do this in the middle of a battle. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled faintly. This bunch of idiots, the one who usually broke these formations was not him. It was his master. Master, whether we can leave this place alive today depends on you. Don't worry. In their opinion, this kind of formation is extremely complicated and the encryption is extremely clever. However, in my opinion, this is just a child's trick that isn't worth mentioning at all. The Yuan Venerate had absolute confidence. He had once been the most outstanding alchemist and alchemist of the Immortal Court. Even if he had lost his physical body, but he hadn't lost his ability. That's good. I can concentrate on the battle. Fengming Qishan stood opposite him, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. You really did come when I told you to. Others say that you are cautious and cunning, but in my eyes, you are extremely stupid. He said calmly, originally, this trap was used to kill the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword. However, after thinking about it, I still feel that you're the key. As long as you're dead, those two won't be a big deal. As he spoke, Fengming Qishan took out a refining formation stone and threw it to the side. A teleportation array had appeared there. 6 people stepped out from inside. Then, the teleportation array disappeared. This sort of teleportation array was obviously a temporary array for short-distance teleportation. It was very unstable, and the distance was less than 100 meters. However, it was still very impressive to be able to set up such a teleportation array. These 6 people were obviously Yin Yang realm powerhouses. Their auras were even stronger than the 20 assassins that had attacked him that night. Everyone says that Phoenix Cry, Chi-Shan, is tyrannical and disdains scheming. It seems like this is a misunderstanding. In terms of scheming, you aren't inferior to Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 6 people. It's too late for you to realize this now. Although I can easily kill you by myself, you are too cunning. But you're too cunning, so I had no choice but to ask my friends to help me. As long as you die, your so-called celestial empire will definitely collapse. Phoenix Cry sneered. If you're afraid, then so be it. Why make it sound so dignified? Ling Xiao glanced at Phoenix Cry and Chi-Shan before turning to the 6 people. That night, 20 Yin-Yang realm powerhouses tried to assassinate me. Did that have anything to do with you? Where are they? Among the 6 people, a red-clothed old man asked in a deep voice. From his tone, Ling Xiao could tell that the 20 people definitely had some kind of special connection with these 6 people, or they might have come from the same place. Kill them, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Their mouths are too tight. I only wanted to know who the mastermind behind them was, but they weren't willing to answer. I had no choice but to be ruthless. When the 6 people heard Ling Xiao's words, anger appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they were very angry. It seems like you guys are really together. I'm very curious. Who are you guys? Which faction are you from? Are you really martial artists from the Tianhai Empire? Ling Xiao was really curious. Which immortal of the White Tiger continent had he offended to actually want him dead? What's the point of asking so many questions for someone who is about to die? Fengming Qishan sneered and said, Actually, your performance has already exceeded my expectations. I thought that after I took down the Immortal Island, I would have enough time to attack the Heavenly Empire. I didn't expect that you would take down the Black Crow Empire so easily. That bunch of trash is really useless. Very soon, you will also become the trash in your own words. And you guys, are you really not going to explain your origins? If you don't say it, you guys will become wandering ghosts like those 20 assassins. When you die, you won't even have a mourning ceremony. Ling Xiao's voice was as indifferent as before, and even carried a hint of ridicule. Ha 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 ha, everyone says that you, Ling Xiao, are arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be arrogant to such an extent. Do you really think that with your cultivation, you can actually kill us? Confidence is confidence, but if you are overconfident, then you are stupid. One of the 6 people laughed loudly. The rest of the people also revealed mocking smiles. They were really unable to understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Fengming Qishan alone was enough to make Ling Xiao suffer, let alone with the 6 of them. Today, Ling Xiao was simply unable to escape calamity. Only a crazy person would say such words that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Stupid? Then you guys can try. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, Until now, you guys still haven't figured out my true cultivation, nor have you figured out what trump card I am relying on. You guys just rashly came to surround and kill me. I really don't know if you guys are stupid or if I am stupid. What trump card can you have? Fengming Qishan said disdainfully, Your cultivation is at most at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. Your trump card is nothing more than the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly devil battle intent that you obtained from the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island. That is also your greatest trump card. I have already taken all of this into consideration. How can I not be cautious when dealing with a cunning guy like you? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Is that so? You really think so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly. Chapter 16:10. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. As he laughed, a primordial golden crow and a primordial heavenly demon appeared behind him. Very soon, you will know what my true trump card is. Of course, that will depend on whether you have the ability to force me to use my final trump card. As Ling Xiao spoke, the white bones attached to his body and his strength began to rise. He had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. After entering the state of hell physique, his strength doubled and reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, he could easily win against a 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao could easily kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. However, he would find it difficult to kill opponents 3 levels higher than him. Eye of the Tomb of the God of Gods, open. After doing this, Ling Xiao didn't stop. Although he was confident, he wouldn't underestimate his opponents. It was obvious that the 6 people were at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm like Fengming Qishan. Facing 7 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts, including Fengming Qishan, he would die a horrible death if he underestimated his opponents. Therefore, he planned to unleash all his potential today. He only left the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The door to the tomb of the God of Gods opened. The skeleton general let out a deep roar and walked out. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers followed behind him. The skeleton soldiers today weren't as weak as before. Every one of them was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. If they were on the Divine Phoenix continent, they could easily destroy any small nation. The skeleton general's strength was even more terrifying. It was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and its strength was comparable to Fengming Qishan. 3-leaf demonic eyes, bronze giant demon. Ling Xiao continued to summon. Since Fengming Qishan could find helpers, why couldn't Ling Xiao summon helpers with his own strength? Boom! A giant demon landed in front of Ling Xiao. However, the giant demon's appearance was different from the ones Ling Xiao summoned before. It changed? It evolved like the skeleton general? Ling Xiao looked at the strange monster in front of him in astonishment. Even he couldn't recognize it. Honorable Master, your humble servant is called Bar in another world. He's a demon god who controls lightning. The monster actually spoke. Not only was Ling Xiao stunned, Fengming Qishan and the others were also stunned. Bar? Some memories surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. Baal. King Solomon was the demon god ranked first among the 72 demon gods. He appeared in many different appearances, sometimes as a human and sometimes as other forms. He spoke in a harsh voice. It was Jehovah's greatest enemy. In the legends, it held a giant hammer in its right hand and a ball of thunder in its left hand. It wore a conical crown with 2 horns on its head and thunder under its feet. He was the king who ruled the east. He controlled lightning and had the ability to make people invisible. This memory was a memory from another world. Bar was also summoned from another world. This guy's current strength was on par with the skeleton general. Compared to the bronze giant demon from before, although its appearance had changed greatly, its combat strength shouldn't have decreased. Very good. You're in charge of dealing with one of the 6 people. Ling Xiao ordered. Yes, master. Bar said respectfully, and then released the ball of thunder in its hand. The terrifying lightning struck the 6 of them. One of them was directly isolated. Skeleton General, you lead the skeleton corps to deal with 2 of the 6 people. Ling Xiao ordered again. The skeleton general did not know how to speak. It only let out a low roar, then rushed out and surrounded 2 of the people in the group to kill them. Immemorial Sky Fiend, Shadow Child, Fuse, you're in charge of one of them. Immemorial Golden Crow, Light Child, Fuse, you're in charge of one of them. In the blink of an eye, the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts were separated by Ling Xiao and faced their respective opponents. Only the red-robed powerhouse and Phoenix Cry Qi Shan were left. Butterfly Lady, I'll leave the red-robed fella to you. You don't have to defeat him. Just delay him. Ling Xiao woke up the slumbering Butterfly Lady. The Butterfly Lady's strength had also become more terrifying as Ling Xiao's cultivation base had increased. She wasn't any weaker than the red-robed powerhouse. However, Ling Xiao still didn't want the Butterfly Lady to fight the red-robed powerhouse to the death. Phoenix Cry Qi Shan, do you think you still have any advantages? Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Qi Shan mockingly. He had never released all his power before. This time, Phoenix Cry Qi Shan's horizons had been broadened. Such a battle would consume a lot of internal energy. After all, the summoned creatures, Shadow Child, and Light Child were all consuming his internal energy. However, given his vigorous internal energy, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sustain such a battle for an hour. An hour was enough for a Yuan Venerate to break through the array formation that was trapping him. Furthermore, he was also the most outstanding alchemist. How could he not have prepared elixirs for this trip to Changle Immortal Island? The elixirs that filled his storage ring were enough to last him another 2 to 3 hours. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to resolve the battle within these 2 to 3 hours. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's gaze was a little stiff. His originally confident and complacent expression had also become distorted. He had thought that he had already placed a lot of importance on Ling Xiao and had thought that he had already set up a flawless trap. However, the cruel reality before his eyes told him that Ling Xiao was even more ferocious than he had imagined. The combat strength displayed by this fellow really couldn't be measured purely by himself. Now, the only thing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan could hope for was that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to continue due to the large amount of internal energy he had expended. In any case, he had plenty of time. As long as the array formation wasn't broken, no one outside would be able to come in. In that case, the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon's sword wouldn't be able to participate in such a battle. He could only win this battle. He couldn't afford to lose. If he failed, he would completely lose the opportunity to turn the situation around. As he thought of this, a sense of powerlessness and fear arose in his heart. Why didn't he kill Ling Xiao earlier? He hated himself for underestimating Ling Xiao. If he had killed Ling Xiao at that time, there definitely wouldn't have been such an awkward situation today. The battle had already begun. The aura within the barrier became manic, and all sorts of crazy auras were constantly colliding. In the empty space of less than 100 square meters, 5 battle circles were formed. The auras intertwined with each other, shattering the snow and ice on the mountaintop. Without a doubt, the helpers that Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had invited were extremely powerful. However, the power released by Ling Xiao wasn't weak either. This kind of battle would probably be in a stalemate for a long time. At this moment, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan saw many figures appear on the mountain peak. The Moon Lady, the Wine Demon's sword, the Everlasting Joy Ancestor, Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Wan, Zhu Xiaocong, the Vermilion Bird Clan Patriarch, and the Thunder Eagle Clan Patriarch were all there. However, there was no trace of the Black and White Elders. Chapter 1611. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's expression was gloomy, and he was confused. He did not understand why the Moon Maiden and the others were here. What happened below? There's no need to look. Your Divine Phoenix army has already collapsed. 70% of them were killed, and the remaining 30% chose to side with the Black and White Elders imprisoned. Only you are left. Outside the barrier, the Everlasting Joy Ancestor said coldly, I didn't expect the Celestial Emperor Phoenix Cry Chi Shan to do such a despicable thing. He hired so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. While the Everlasting Joy Ancestor was cursing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, he was also shocked by Ling Xiao's response. What a terrifying young man. He fought against 7 5th level in Yang Realm experts by himself. How terrifying was his strength. Even the Wine Demon's sword and the Moon Maiden were shocked. I always thought that I would be able to protect him for a long time. I didn't expect him to catch up to me. The Moon Maiden sighed and clenched her hands together. Although she did not show any emotions on the surface, she knew that she had to work harder. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would surpass her in a short period of time. At that time, it would be impossible for her to protect Ling Xiao. Although she had once said that she hoped to be protected and loved by Ling Xiao, it was just a casual remark. She knew very well that once she became a burden, she would not want to be by Ling Xiao's side anymore. Because she was afraid of being a burden to Ling Xiao. Compared to her, the Wine Demon's sword was even more shocked. The Wine Demon's sword had used more than 30 years to cultivate to his current level. He originally thought that he would need at least 10 years before he could use Ling Xiao. However, it had not even been a year since he first met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already shown a shocking improvement. This kid was truly terrifying. Give him another year, and his cultivation will definitely surpass mine. This is a true genius, a genius that has escaped the control of the mystic world's laws. A gratified smile appeared on the Wine Demon's sword's face. In order to find such a person, he had waited for a long time. Now, he had finally found him, and his beloved woman could be saved. In stark contrast to his smiling face, Feng Ming was shocked at Chi Shan. The battle at the top of the mountain continued. Not only did Ling Xiao not look exhausted at all, but his helpers became even more ferocious as they fought and suppressed the 6th 5th level in Yang Realm experts. However, things were not over yet. Eye of the Sage Monarch. Ling Xiao once again displayed a move that increased the strength of his side. In the sky, a white figure was constantly releasing white telekinesis. Ling Xiao's helpers, who were enveloped by the telekinesis, had their combat strength increased. As time passed, Ling Xiao's advantage grew larger and larger. Feng Ming Qi Shan's expression became increasingly unsightly. Now that his army had been destroyed, his only hope was the final battle at the summit of Chang'e. If he won, he could turn the situation around, but if he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat. However, he felt more and more uneasy in his heart. The shadow of failure was like a maggot that wrapped around his entire soul, causing him unbearable pain. He knew that he could no longer watch and had to join the battle. Otherwise, everything would be over. Waiting for Ling Xiao to exhaust his strength? That was basically impossible. Kill. Feng Ming Qi Shan released a tyrannical aura. The blood of the divine phoenix flowed in his body, and a pair of red and blue wings appeared on his back. I didn't expect you to be a mixed blood. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Feng Ming Qi Shan was actually the child of the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe. This was simply an accident, because in the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Fire Phoenix tribe, the Ice Phoenix tribe, and the Dark Phoenix tribe were absolutely not allowed to intermarry. That's right. My father was from the Ice Phoenix tribe, my mother was from the Fire Phoenix tribe, but they were forced to death by the two tribes. This has also become the motivation for my growth. Feng Ming Qi Shan looked coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke loudly. Then you're really trash. You're already so powerful, but you didn't avenge your parents. Instead, you became an existence worse than those two tribes. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Don't even think about participating in today's battle. Just obediently watch from the side and see how the 6 experts you brought die." After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly tossed out a formation refining stone. Feng Ming Qi Shan was instantly trapped by the formation. It was already impossible for him to leave. That's the 10,000 gate formation. It's impossible for a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist to destroy it. You've already seen its power in the Killing Dragon Forest. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said, "I originally planned to have a one-on-one battle with you, but your shamelessness has already made me lose the idea of a fair battle. I want you to watch your hopes shatter without being able to do anything about it. I don't care who those 6 people are. They must die." Ling Xiao, don't say that you can't kill them. If you really kill them, don't even think about taking a step into the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ming Qi Shan said with a gloomy expression. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire said the same thing before he was killed. Haha, do you really think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qi Shan domineeringly, just like how Feng Ming Qi Shan looked at Ling Xiao domineeringly in the past. Back then, even when Ling Xiao led troops into the imperial capital and rescued Jining, Feng Ming Qi Shan did not take Ling Xiao seriously. At that time, Feng Ming Qi Shan only saw Ling Xiao as a chess piece of Feng Yinshan, a chess piece that could be eliminated at any time. Even after the battle in the dragon-slaying forest, Feng Ming Qi Shan still thought that he had defeated Feng Yinshan, and that Feng Yinshan's chess piece was not worth mentioning. However, today, Feng Ming Qi Shan realized that the one who was being treated as a chess piece was not Ling Xiao, but Feng Yinshan. Every dog has its day. Things in the world changed too quickly, so quickly that it was hard for people to adapt. Ling Xiao, who had been ignored by him not long ago, was now looking down on him. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Feng Ming Qi Shan. After using the 10,000 gate formation to trap Feng Ming Qi Shan, he began to think of ways to eliminate the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts. Not only did these 6 experts possess powerful weapon-type martial souls, but they also possessed powerful bloodline power. The Wolf Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Silver Fox Clan, the Alligator Clan, the Ice Phoenix Clan, and the Fiery Phoenix Clan. 6 people, 6 different types of bloodline power. This made Ling Xiao unable to determine their identities based on their martial souls and bloodline power. These 6 people's martial souls were all sword martial souls, and the weapons in their hands were all swords. Moreover, their realms had all reached the heavy sword edgeless level. This level was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. The most terrifying thing was that these 5 people were actually able to become one with the sword. This level of swordsman was probably rare even in the White Tiger continent. What kind of power did they come from? Who was it that could gather all the martial artists from the 6 major clans? Chapter 1612. Ling Zhao's suspicions grew, and his curiosity grew. He suddenly smiled and charged towards a martial artist who was fighting with the skeleton general. These 6 people were indeed powerful, but they were different from the previous 20 assassins. An assassin's heart was tough. Even in death, they would not admit defeat and reveal the mastermind. However, these 6 people were different. Although they were powerful, they were not assassins. They might not have such strong beliefs. They were unwilling to reveal the mastermind because they did not see the threat of death. Ling Xiao believed that the more powerful a martial artist was, the more afraid they were of death. This was because once they died, all their efforts would go down the drain. Sword Spirit's Eye. Massacre Sword. Suddenly, a cold sword of slaughter appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was not released carelessly. Instead, it was like a sharp blade that directly pierced towards the martialist who was fighting the skeleton general. It carried an incomparably powerful slaughter sword intent and a terrifying soul deterrence. The skeleton general felt Ling Zhao's will and stabbed out with the rusty long spear in his hand. A loud boom pierced through the void. There were bursts of explosions. The terrifying pressure forced the level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist to defend with all his might. None of the 6 dared to relax in the face of the skeleton general. Slacking off meant death. Beautiful, Ling Xiao praised in his heart. Although the skeleton general could not speak, it was connected to his soul. With just a thought, the skeleton general knew what he was going to do and did what he was most satisfied with. The level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist defended against the skeleton general's attack with all his might. However, he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a terrifying massacre sword intent pierced his soul ocean and left a terrifying shadow of death in his soul. His body trembled as he tried to escape. However, the white bones that extended from the ground trapped him and did not give him any chance to escape. Ling Zhao's figure appeared beside him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen from the body of hell. It looked so terrifying and terrifying. The cold blade was placed across the martial artist's neck. The chilliness penetrated to the bone. The 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was like a shrimp on a chopping board. He did not have any ability to fight back. No matter how he moved, Ling Zhao's sword could easily end his life. His originally calm and arrogant face was now filled with fear and cowardice. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. His life was actually in the hands of someone he looked down on. If you want to live, tell me who your master is. Ling Zhao's white bony palm gently patted the warrior's shoulder as he spoke in a low and threatening voice. The martial artist gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that if he answered even a single wrong word, his head would be separated from his body. If I tell you, will you really let me live? The warrior asked cautiously. Although he was afraid of the mastermind behind this, right now, Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to him. Because Ling Xiao only needed to move a finger, and his life would be gone. What good will it do me to kill you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Look at the people standing outside. The Great Rock Tribe's patriarch, the Peacock Tribe's patriarch, the Vermilion Bird Tribe's patriarch, and the Thunder Hawk Tribe's patriarch. They all submitted to me. In the past, we were like fire and water. Aren't we working well together now? So, be smart. You only have one life. Don't make a stupid choice. The warrior gulped again. He was at the 5th level Yin-Yang realm. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, he was definitely the strongest. If he were to die so casually, it would not be worth it. I'll tell you everything I know. In the end, the cultivator still chose to submit under Ling Zhao's ice-cold blade. Compared to loyalty, he chose to live. It seemed that this was very common in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Very good. You're a smart person. You've made a smart choice. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and waited for the other party to tell him the answer he wanted to know. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao did not think too much. He turned into a stream of light and dodged the attack at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Ling Xiao frowned. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had escaped from the 10,000 Gate formation. This made him extremely surprised. Ling Xiao, you're very powerful. I have to admit that. However, I'm stronger than you. The powerful aura continued to rise. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's body began to undergo a strange change. His body was filled with blue and red energy and then merged. The powerful power of the divine Phoenix bloodline was completely unleashed. His entire being transformed into a strange dual-colored divine phoenix. The aura of ice and fire spread throughout his body. No, even if you control the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix bloodline, you can't break the 10,000 Gate formation. Ling Xiao shook his head. He was very confident in the 10,000 Gate formation, and Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was not an array expert. The possibility of him breaking the array was almost zero. This guy must have an unexpected power. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a loud dragon roar came from behind Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. A 5-colored divine dragon was circling behind him, staring at Ling Xiao coldly. 5-colored divine dragon? So you have the 5 elements dragon soul of the ancient 5 elements dragon. No wonder. The primordial 5 elements dragon controlled the 5 elements, and the 10,000 Gate formation was an array formation formed by interweaving various elements. It seemed complicated and confusing, but in reality, it was just elemental magic. With the 5 elements dragon soul, breaking this 10,000 Gate formation was too easy. You have the divine Phoenix bloodline and the 5 elements dragon soul. No wonder. No wonder you are so powerful. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. In the past few days, although the battles were intense, they were relatively easy, making Ling Xiao not even the slightest bit of interest. Today, there was finally a guy who could make him use his true ability. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, Ling Xiao only had a 30% chance of winning if he did not use the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit. Even if he used the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit, it was only 50%. He was a genius. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was also a genius. The battle between the two geniuses was exciting just thinking about it. You can still laugh? Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's domineering aura was once again displayed. It was as domineering as when he ignored everyone in the Killing Dragon Forest. Behind him, a figure wearing blood-red armor and holding a blood-red blade appeared again. This was the powerful martial spirit that Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had displayed to everyone in the Killing Dragon Forest, the 12 Immortal Killing God White Blade Martial Spirit. Twin Martial Spirits. Chapter 1613. Twin Martial Souls? And one is the ancient 5 elements Dragon Soul, and the other is the 12 Immortal Killing God White Blade Martial Soul. How did you get these 2 martial souls? Ling Xiao was really shocked. One had to know that in the profound world, it was already very rare for a martial artist to obtain an ancient dragon soul or a 12 immortal martial soul. But this guy actually had 2 top martial souls at the same time. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was truly frightening. It was indeed terrifying. Are you afraid now? Unfortunately, it's already too late. You actually dared to destroy my divine Phoenix Empire and kill the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy. Do you know that you have already committed an unforgivable crime? Fengming Qi Shan's voice was cold and overbearing, as if he had already controlled Ling Zhao's life and death. Didn't you also want to destroy my heavenly empire? I just made the first move to gain the upper hand. As for the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy, they deserve to die. Ling Xiao also had things that he regretted, but he definitely didn't regret these 2 things. The Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy actually tried to collude with the Water God Shrine's martial artists to kill him, and even wanted to destroy his heavenly empire. If he was given another choice, he would still kill. As for the divine Phoenix Empire, after Fengming Qi Shan forcefully took over the position of emperor, this country had already completely decayed. Furthermore, he had long seen through Feng Ming Qishan's intentions. If he didn't destroy the divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Ming Qishan would destroy his heavenly empire. He, Ling Xiao, was never a person who would wait for death. He couldn't just watch as others came to kill him before resisting. Since there was a chance, he had to make the first move. It seems that even at death's door, you still don't know how to repent? Feng Ming Qishan's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent, as if it could instantly shatter the ice and snow at the top of Chang'e City. Don't know how to repent? Ling Xiao chuckled. Maybe. Since you're so confident, why don't you tell me the identities of those 6 people before I die? Where did they come from? And who is supporting you from behind? In his opinion, Feng Ming Qishan, who should have been executed by the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan, actually survived. He even became the crown prince and grew to such a terrifying extent. Without the behind-the-scenes cultivator, it was impossible. Even Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. It was simply too difficult for a person to truly step into a new world in this profound world. Don't worry. When you're still breathing, I'll tell you. I'm not an unreasonable person. I won't let you become a confused ghost. Because after becoming a ghost, you also need to know who you have offended. Otherwise, in the underworld, you will also die in a daze like today. Feng Ming Qishan chuckled. Of course, there was someone supporting him from behind. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he fight against Feng Ming Wuliang? How could he fight with Feng Ming Xiao? How could he fight against Feng Yinshan? Including the 20 assassins and the 6 experts, they all came from the same place. That sacred and powerful place. What was laughable was that the various major powers of the divine Phoenix continent were fighting each other to the death. Yet they did not know that their battles were merely chess pieces casually manipulated by others. Haha, after talking for so long, you still don't have the confidence to kill me. That's why you don't dare to tell me who's behind you. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Could it be that the powerful force behind you is actually afraid of me? Afraid that I'll seek revenge? Even when facing such a powerful Feng Ming Qishan, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of showing weakness. Not to mention that he still had a 50% chance of defeating Feng Ming Qishan. Even if there was only a 10% chance, with his personality, he would not show weakness. Furthermore, other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he still had a trump card that he had not used. At the moment of life and death, he naturally would not hesitate. Therefore, in today's battle, it was hard to predict who would win and who would lose. Why should he be afraid? He no longer paid attention to Feng Ming Qishan. Instead, he looked at the 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist that he was holding hostage under his sword. Although Ling Xiao had dodged Feng Ming Qishan's attack, he had only circled around on the spot. The sword in his hand did not leave the martial artist's neck for even half an inch. He also did not cut in half an inch because of panic. If he doesn't say it, you tell me. Ling Xiao stared at the martial artist and said with a faint smile. The martial artist's expression became very ugly. He had already planned to surrender to Ling Xiao, but the terrifying strength that Feng Ming Qishan suddenly unleashed made him feel fearful again. He was really like a rat in a bellows now, being bullied by both sides. It was not right to answer, but it was also not right not to answer. Even if you die, you're still a hero. I'll use Ling Xiao's head as a sacrifice to you, and I'll take good care of your descendants. I'll definitely let them become talents. Feng Ming Qishan looked indifferently at the 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had no intention of saving him. He was very strong, but Ling Xiao was not weak either. If he went to save this person, he would be in a passive position, and his advantage would be gone. Therefore, he definitely would not save him. His words clearly contained a threat. Ling Xiao could kill, but he could slaughter this martial artist's entire family. This martial artist should be very clear on how to choose. What a vicious mind, what a vicious heart. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I really admire you. Unfortunately, I'm not a kind person either. Listen, if you don't tell me the truth today, not only will I kill you immediately, but I'll also go to the White Tiger continent, find your descendants, and kill them all. Do you believe me, or Feng Ming Qishan? Your Majesty, That martial artist originally planned to die heroically, but when he heard this, he retreated again. He also knew how cruel Ling Xiao was. If he really said that he would kill his entire family, then he might really do it. What are you panicking for? If he dares to kill you today, I'll kill him and destroy his heavenly empire. How can he have the chance to kill your family? Fengming Qishan said coldly. That martial artist looked at Ling Xiao again and fell into a dilemma. Believe me or believe him. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He had already said what he needed to say. In any case, there were still 5 people. Even if this person died, he could still find out from others. This person was not a necessary choice. I don't have much time. I'll only give you 5 breaths of time, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He couldn't afford to delay. He didn't want to waste time. Fengming Qishan also did not say anything. He only looked at that martial artist indifferently, his eyes revealing a threatening look. Time gradually passed. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, 5 breaths have already passed. It seems that you have chosen to believe in Fengming Qishan. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I will only cripple you now, and then let you see how the Fengming Qishan that you believe in dies. Putting away the slaughter sword, Ling Xiao's hand directly grabbed into the martial artist's body. Chapter 16:14. Ling Xiao's white bone claws clawed into the warrior's body. A terrifying dark power was released, and the warrior instantly became a cripple, a complete and utter piece of trash. A 5th-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator was even worse than an ordinary person. Just watch from the side, and then die in pain and despair. This is the price you have to pay for going against me. Ling Xiao casually threw the warrior out, and a group of skeleton soldiers immediately protected him. This person couldn't die for the time being. If he died like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Maybe what he sees is your miserable death. Even if he is crippled, it won't be a loss. Fengming Qishan looked at Ling Xiao expressionlessly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was completely aimed at Ling Xiao and was released crazily. Since I dare to step onto the peak of Chang'e City, I won't be afraid of you, Fengming Qishan. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and 2 swords hung above his head. One was the Divine Light Sword, and the other was the Dark Devil Sword. Then, the sword spirits I released the Sword of Destruction, together with the Sword of Slaughter from before. Fuse. Sword of Destruction. Sword of Darkness. Facing Fengming Qishan, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to use his strongest power to fight it out with him. Therefore, it wasn't over yet. The 3rd sword hung above Ling Xiao's head. Human King's Sword. Then, the sword spirits I released an Immortal Sword. Fuse again. Immortal Human King's Sword. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful weapon at the moment. He held the Sword of Destruction and Sword of Darkness in both hands, and the Immortal Human King's Sword above his head. The 3 swords were aimed at Fengming Qishan, emitting a terrifying aura. Fengming Qishan frowned slightly. He also felt the terrifying aura of the 3 swords. However, soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you have 3 swords? Even if you have 10 swords, you still can't beat me today. Fengming Qishan sneered, and the killing god's white blade martial soul behind him let out a low cry. Then, his body exploded with a shocking killing aura. The murderous aura in his hand condensed into a real blade that was visible to the naked eye. It was a blood-red weapon. It was as if fresh blood was dripping down, giving off an aura of death and slaughter. It was quite terrifying. Kill! Fengming Qishan roared, and with a blood-red blade in his hand, he had already rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and there was no expression on his face. At that moment, the sharp blades in his hands suddenly released an astonishing sword will. In the void, 2 huge sword rays appeared. One black and one white, swallowed and spat out, piercing towards Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The sword light pierced through the void, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Many people outside the array formation could not help but cover their ears. Duo, that guy's sword is getting more and more terrifying. The liquor demon sword muttered. He was a swordsman, so he could naturally sense how terrifying Ling Xiao's terrifying sword intent was. Clang, clang. The black and white two-colored sword beam was blocked by the blood-red sword blade of Phoenix Cry Chishan, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Those two sword beams actually shattered in an instant. However, the blood-red sword blade seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. It lost its killing intent, and its light changed. It became weak. Ling Xiao seemed to be waiting for this moment. The immortal king's sword hanging above his head suddenly released a purple sword light and pierced out. It was very difficult for others to control three swords at the same time. It was even more impossible to use three swords to perform three moves at the same time. But he, Ling Xiao, had no problem. If someone could see the soul, they would discover that the immortal king's sword was actually held in the hands of the Gemini martial spirit. And the Gemini martial spirit was controlled by Ling Xiao's origin spirit. It was basically no different from Ling Xiao's arm, except that it was more flexible and free. When Feng Ming Qishan saw the purple sword attacking him, he couldn't help but frown. He had seen Ling Xiao's black and white two swords a long time ago, so he was fearless. Moreover, in the previous attack, he had the upper hand. However, this was the first time he had seen the immortal king's sword. Even when he killed Long Lin, Ling Xiao only used the human king's sword and did not fuse with the immortal sword. Naturally, its power was not as strong as it was today. 5 elements Dragon Soul Rock Wall. He was about to be pierced by the purple sword light. The ancient 5 elements dragon behind Feng Ming Qishan let out a loud dragon roar. Then, the earth shook and the ground suddenly rose, forming a thick rock wall in front of Feng Ming Qishan. The rock wall blocked the purple sword light. However, it was only for a moment. The immortal sword was forever immortal. The sword intent would not be consumed in the air, nor would it be consumed in battle. However, the rock wall would eventually be damaged. Chila. The purple sword light finally pierced through the thick rock wall and shot towards Feng Ming Qishan with an unstoppable momentum. However, this momentary block still gave Feng Ming Qishan a chance to regain his momentum. Break! Feng Ming Qishan snorted coldly, and the blood-red blade in his hand once again exploded with light. Behind him, the killing god white blade martial spirit roared and released a terrifying power. The huge blood-red blade fiercely struck out. It collided with the purple sword light. Kacha! Finally, the purple sword light completely shattered, turning into specks of purple light that scattered on the ground. Immortal sword intent, immortal king. Can you break it? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the air. The sword light that should have been shattered actually condensed once again, and then once again charged towards Feng Ming Qishan. At the same time, Ling Xiao also charged forward with his sword in hand. 3 swords, 3 sword lights surrounded Feng Ming Qishan and continuously stabbed out. Although Feng Ming Qishan was powerful, he couldn't find a good way to break out of this situation. After all, in terms of speed and ingenious use of moves, Feng Ming Qishan couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye, and everything was under his control. Under his precise calculations, unless Feng Ming Qishan had some special move that could instantly explode, otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall today. How annoying! 5 elements Dragon Soul, Fiery Blaze. Feng Ming Qishan roared angrily. The ancient 5 elements dragon roared again, and terrifying flames formed a ball around his body. The fire dragon blocked all of Ling Xiao's sword lights. Endless rumbling sounds erupted. However, although this move was powerful and could block Ling Xiao's attack, it was unable to repel Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's sword light continued to be released. The black sword light was filled with killing intent. Every single one of them caused Feng Ming Qishan to feel a piercing pain in his body. The shadow of death in his heart was also constantly intensifying. The white sword light was filled with destruction. Every single one of them could destroy Feng Ming Qishan's spewing fire dragon. Destroy everything. Destroy everything. The purple sword light was immortal and indestructible. This was the most difficult sword light to deal with. It seemed to be impossible to destroy, forever like a maggot in one's bones, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. 3 sword lights, 3 different effects. Although Feng Ming Qishan had a lot of ability, it was still very difficult for him to deal with it. Facing Ling Xiao's exquisite ability to grasp timing, he was now suppressed. Chapter 16:15. You can't do it? There's more to come. Ling Xiao sneered and released the dark sword domain. A terrifying aura spread out once again. Logically speaking, after a martial artist broke through to the yin-yang realm, they would automatically give up on their domain. Something like a domain was very useful in the Grotto Heaven realm, but in the yin-yang realm, it was almost useless. It was a pity to give it up and tasteless. Not only did it waste a lot of internal energy, it was also not as powerful as expected. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to give up. His advantage was that he had abundant internal energy and powerful soul force. Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered a secret. A domain could actually evolve in the hands of a yin-yang realm martial artist. Combined with the comprehension of the 18 levels of hell and the fusion of the array, it could produce unexpected results. And this was probably something that only Ling Xiao could do in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. No one else could. Yin-yang realm, dark sword domain. Ling Xiao, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You actually want to use a domain that only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist would treat as a treasure to deal with me? Could it be that you have too much internal energy and feel that it's fine to waste some? Seeing Ling Xiao release the dark sword domain, Phoenix Cry Qishan was not nervous. Instead, he laughed. He hoped that Ling Xiao would be like this. If he spent a lot of internal energy on useless attacks, then he would definitely not be able to do it in the future. Outside the barrier, many martial artists did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's actions. But out of their trust in Ling Xiao, they still wanted to see what was going on. Ling Xiao had always been a maverick who stood out from the masses. Who could be sure that he wouldn't be able to create an attack that was completely different from others? In the next moment, Phoenix Cry Qishan's expression darkened. At the same time, his eyes revealed shock. No, your domain is strange. As he continued to attack, his brows furrowed even more. Hee, you finally saw it. A domain that is useless to a yin-yang realm martial artist can have a new lease of life in my hands. I'm not afraid to tell you that this dark sword domain has fused with the black hell ghost sword formation that I comprehended in the Hell of Tongues. In the tongue-ripping hell, the terrifying hell scissors could cut off the tongues of any yin-yang realm martial artist, rendering them unable to speak. My dark hell ghost sword formation can transform all the sword lights in the dark sword domain into ghost swords that are like the scissors of hell. Not only was its lethality greatly increased, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the hell of tongue ripping. Do you think I will waste my inner energy? As he spoke, a large door opened in the sky. The words, tongue-pulling hell, were clearly written on the door. Black energy continued to be released from the door and fused into the dark sword domain. This caused all the sword lights in the dark sword domain to turn black, giving off an aura of death. With the formation of the dark hell ghost sword formation, the power of the dark sword domain increased greatly. The sword light continued to swallow and spit out, turning into countless black sword shadows that attacked Phoenix Cry Qishan. It was as if there was no end to it. Immediately, Phoenix Cry Qishan felt extremely strained. What was a formation? A formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth to increase the power of attack or defense. Once the formation was activated, unless one could break it, even if one's strength was stronger, one would still be at a loss when facing the formation. Phoenix Cry Qishan's immemorial 5 elements dragon soul could control the power of the 5 elements. However, hell was not part of the 5 elements. It jumped out of the 5 elements. Therefore, if he wanted to break this formation, it was simply a fool's dream. Phoenix Cry Qishan, I told you before, you will definitely lose today's battle. You have a trump card, but do you have more trump cards than me? How ignorant. Ling Xiao stood outside the dark sword domain and coldly looked at Phoenix Cry Qishan, who was constantly being attacked by the black sword lights, and said indifferently. Phoenix Cry Qishan's face was ashen. After releasing the immemorial 5 elements dragon soul and the killing god's white blade martial spirit, he had been domineering and arrogant. He felt that he could control everything and that victory was within his grasp. It was as if he could take Ling Xiao's life away at any time. Not only Ling Xiao, even the people who were watching the show outside were treated as dead people by him. Although he was defeated outside, as long as he won this battle, he would still be the supreme emperor of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, at this moment, he felt an intense depression and embarrassment. After attacking for a long time, he did not hurt Ling Xiao in the slightest. Instead, he was trapped by someone else's domain that he called chicken ribs. This was really a strong irony. No, strength is absolute. Watch me break your bullshit formation. With a roar, the immemorial five elements dragon and the killing god's white blade behind Phoenix Cry Chi Shan lit up at the same time. A powerful aura completely condensed on Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's body. He roared, and the blood-red weapon in his hand actually merged with yellow, green, black, blue, and red, the five colors that represented the power of the five elements. The power was completely released in an instant. The space in the dark sword domain almost collapsed at one point. The black sword lights that were attacking him shattered one after another, turning into dots of black light that scattered on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Terrifying blood-red light was constantly released, crazily attacking Ling Xiao's dark sword domain in all directions. One had to admit that Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was really strong. If not for the integration of the Dark Hell Ghost Sword formation, this dark sword domain would have been easily broken by Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Even at this time, protrusions continued to appear on the surface of the dark sword domain, as if it could be pierced through at any time. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. All the black sword lights seemed to have lost their ability to resist, and when they touched the blood-red sword chi, they instantly shattered. They were no longer able to cause any harm to Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. However, Ling Xiao's face was as cold as ever. Tongue-pulling hell, power of lies, condensed black sword. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The black sword lights actually gradually retreated, and then some strange runes were released from the tongue-pulling hell. These runes were the power of lies of the tongue-pulling hell. It was rumored that the tongue-pulling hell was used to imprison those who were full of lies. And this kind of lie was also a kind of energy, the power of lies. As these runes merged into the dark sword domain, the original sword light began to condense and actually turned into a physical entity. Chi-Chi, the dark sword domain once again erupted with a terrifying attack. This time, it was no longer sword light, but a true ghost sword. It was a ghost sword condensed from the power of lies. Even the people outside the barrier could clearly feel the terrifying lethality of these black ghost swords. It was as if the hell scissors had been summoned from the tongue-pulling hell. Feng Ming Chi Shan's expression suddenly changed. The stronger one was, the more one could sense danger. He understood very well what these black ghost swords meant. They were definitely not as easy to deal with as the sword light just now. Chapter 16:16. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. He was not weak and was proficient in formations. Furthermore, this array formation allowed Ling Xiao's strength to become even more powerful. This was probably the final trump card that Ling Xiao was talking about. Fury of ice and fire. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, who was in the form of a divine phoenix, suddenly unleashed two streams of intertwined power of ice and fire towards the countless black ghost swords. However, after a fierce collision, the effect was negligible. Although Phoenix Cry Chi Shan blocked the attack of the black ghost swords, he could not do anything about the dark sword region. He originally thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao after breaking free from the 10,000 gate formation. However, he was trapped by Ling Xiao again. He was really vexed to be trapped by the same person twice in a battle. Take your time to break the formation. I'll go and take the lives of those 5 fellows first. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and turned to look at the 5 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists who were fighting with his summon creatures and helpers. His original plan was to trap Phoenix Cry Chi Shan and kill these people first. However, he did not expect Phoenix Cry Chi Shan to break the 10,000 gate formation, so his plan was delayed for a moment. However, overall, it did not affect him much. Now, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was trapped by him again, and this process took less than a quarter of an hour. His hell physique could still last for a long time. At the very least, it was not a problem for him to kill the 5 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists from the White Tiger mainland. The 5 of them were much weaker than Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. In addition, they were already in a fierce battle. Ling Xiao only wanted to kill them, just like how he crippled the martial artist who was unwilling to speak. It's over. None of the 5 of them will survive. Outside the barrier, everyone had the same thought. Phoenix Cry Chishan led 6 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists to set a trap here in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, the transportation formation was one way. In other words, they did not leave a way out for themselves. Because including these 6 people, as well as Fengming Chishan, they all felt that with their lineup, killing Ling Xiao would be an easy task. But now, it seemed that the situation had completely reversed. It wasn't them who killed Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao who killed them. This huge contrast made them unable to believe the reality in front of them. Die. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to wait for them to reflect on life and regret. In order to not consume too much of his internal energy, he had already removed the immortal human king sword and the sword of light destruction. All that was left was the dark slaughter sword. A cold killing intent instantly swept across a warrior's neck. Without any resistance, the bastard died on the spot. Son of Light, immemorial golden crow, come back. Ling Xiao had a plan when he killed his enemies. Releasing the Child of Light and the primordial golden crow outside would continuously consume his internal energy, so eliminating their opponents as soon as possible was the best choice. He really is dead. Outside the barrier, the people who saw this scene weren't surprised at all. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao trapped Fengming Chishan, they had already developed an almost blind admiration and trust for Ling Xiao. He wasn't even afraid of Fengming Chishan, so the remaining 5 yin-yang realm 5th-level martial artists were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure disappeared into the darkness, and after a while, the martial artist who was fighting with the Child of Shadow was directly split open from the back. He died on the spot. Child of Shadow, immemorial divine demon, retrieve. Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. Although there were beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, there was a satisfied smile on his face. The Shadow Immemorial Divine Demon, formed by the fusion of the Child of Shadow and the Immemorial Divine Demon, was still very powerful. Just like the Immemorial Golden Crow, it had already left many wounds on their opponents. The reason why he killed them so easily was because of their powerful combat strength. After killing the second martial artist, Ling Xiao directly took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. These pills were originally used by Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Ling Xiao had refined them in the past. Although they could recover the yin-yang realm martial artists' yin-yang origin energy, the effect was very poor, and they had to be consumed in large quantities. However, such an elixir was incomparably precious in the eyes of the warriors outside the boundary. Yet, Ling Xiao ate them in large mouthfuls. What a waste of God's gift. This guy is wasting the first place. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's none of our business how he wastes his things, but his enemies will be in trouble. The Wine Demon Sword smiled. Yes, not only is his inner energy rich, but he can also rely on pills to replenish it. This is simply cheating. Patriarch Chang'e also smiled bitterly. Once again, he was extremely glad that he chose to ally with Ling Xiao in the end and not become his enemy. Otherwise, he would probably be scared to death by Ling Xiao's method of treating pills as snacks. Including Phoenix Cry Chishan, there are 4 people left. However, Phoenix Cry Chishan is trapped, and one of them is crippled. In fact, there are only 3 people left who can fight. It seems that Ling Xiao really wants to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Zhu Xiaocong said. Isn't he going to ask about the mastermind behind this? Mou frowned. He just doesn't want to waste time. Anyway, one of them is almost scared silly and will definitely spill everything in the end. As for the others, it's useless to keep them alive, so he killed them. Upon seeing this, Dan Feng shook his head gently and said, I didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Old ancestor, I'm starting to believe your words now. I'm afraid he will be the real dark horse at this white tiger gathering. Just as everyone was talking, a scream was heard. Before Ling Xiao made a move, the outcome of a battle had already been decided. It was the Butterfly Lady. Perhaps the Butterfly Lady was tired and didn't want to continue wasting time. A strange 7-colored light shot out from her 7-colored wings and directly pierced through her opponent's body. That opponent's eyes were still wide open when he died, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed by such a small thing. Tired, the butterfly lady wobbled back to the mountain river world to rest. To reward this little girl, Ling Xiao naturally prepared all kinds of high-end and delicious food. For example, he took out the medium-grade spirit stones and mortal-grade spirit weapons from the dead Yin-Yang realm martial artist storage rings. These were all things that the butterfly lady liked to eat. Ling Xiao felt that his heart was about to melt when he saw her holding the spirit stones and chewing with her small mouth. Lightning strike. Perhaps it was because the butterfly lady had finished her battle, but Ba Er and the skeleton general, who were still fighting, were a little unconvinced. The huge lightning ball in Ba Er's hand fiercely smashed onto his opponent. After the terrifying lightning strike, the huge hammer in his right hand fiercely smashed down. The martial artist was already numb from the lightning strike, so he didn't have any reaction when he was suddenly struck by the huge hammer. He was smashed into meat paste. Chapter 16-17. On the other side, the battle ended even more simply. Originally, the skeleton soldiers led by the skeleton general could block 2 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Now, he felt that it was a waste of time to face one person. A large number of white bones suddenly appeared on the ground, and the opponent had nowhere to hide. Dozens of white bones pierced through the person's body. However, a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist did not die. The skeleton general went up and pierced the opponent's head with his spear. Only then did the battle end. Dead. All of them were really dead. Other than one who was crippled and the trapped phoenix Cry Chishan, the other 5 people were easily killed by Ling Xiao. Originally, many people did not understand why Ling Xiao dared to start a war against the divine Phoenix Empire at this time. Could he really be compared to Phoenix Cry Chishan? However, at this moment, they understood that they had underestimated the Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor. The trump cards that this guy had were not something that others could understand. Even if he faced 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists alone, he could definitely win easily. This guy was an absolute monster. He actually destroyed 2 assassination attempts from the White Tiger continent and killed a total of 25 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. One had to know that if these 25 people formed a force, then they would definitely be able to dominate the entire Divine Phoenix continent. He had actually died so easily. Ling Xiao sent the skeleton general and demon Godbar back. Then, the entire battlefield became quiet. He looked at the martial artist who had been crippled with a smile. "See, I'm a man of my word. Now, you can tell me, who is the mastermind behind you?" Although Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face, this martial artist felt that he was extremely terrifying. Before coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, this martial artist never thought that his opponent would be such a terrifying monster. No, he should be called a monster. Outside the barrier, many people had the same opinion. Ling Xiao's battle power might not be the best, but this guy's talent and growth rate were simply shocking to the point of speechlessness. In every battle, he was weaker than the others and was always seen as trash that could be cleaned up at any time. But every time he fought, he would surprise everyone, using that seemingly inexhaustible trump card to make the enemy despair. Then, he would kill the enemy. Those were 5 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they were the most powerful forces. But it was precisely this kind of cultivator who, in front of Ling Xiao, was actually like a dog or a chicken, easily annihilated. His cultivation should only be at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, right? Dan Feng muttered to himself in the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts trembled even more. He was already so terrifying when he was only at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. How terrifying would he be if his cultivation continued to increase? No wonder he insisted on going to the White Tiger continent. This tiny little Divine Phoenix continent already could not accommodate him. Black and White Elders, did you see that? This is Ji Lingyue's younger brother, Ji Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the wine demon soared through the dignified Black and White Elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe to the ground. He said with some anger and resentment, "Back then, you used an extremely despicable method to steal Ji Lingyue's martial soul. But today, Your lives are in the hands of her younger brother, Ling Xiao. Don't you feel it deeply? So it's true. Black and white elders had already suspected Ling Xiao's identity. However, they could not confirm it. Now that they heard this from the Wine Demon Sword, they could completely confirm it. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue really had a good son. Ling Xiao seemed to have heard the conversation outside. He looked over coldly. With this look, the dignified black and white elders felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if many thorns had suddenly grown on their spines. It was very uncomfortable. Deep in their hearts, the shadow of death kept expanding. A bone-chilling coldness spread through their blood and organs. Black and white elders. Back then, my parents were too benevolent, so they were deceived by you. However, I'm different from them. It's really your misfortune to have met me. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Don't worry, you won't die so soon. If you want to die, you have to wait until I destroy Phoenix Mountain. I want you to be in complete despair. But you promised Feng Yinshan that you would let all the Fire Phoenix tribesmen go. Elder Black gritted his teeth. Although this was a rumor from outside, Elder Black felt that it could be used to save his life at this critical moment. Since it was already like this, what was the point of saving face? What is Feng Yinshan? I let him go because he has never made things difficult for me. We were allies for a period of time. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? If I want to kill you, even the heavens can't stop me. Not to mention Feng Yinshan. Hearing this, black and white elders' eyes froze. They immediately fell into despair. Back then, they had used lies and wagging their tails to save their lives from Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. However, more than 10 years later, they were still unable to escape the curse of this family. Ling Xiao said that he wanted to kill them, but he didn't do it immediately. He wanted to humiliate them and make them feel complete despair. The two of them were like fish on the chopping board, allowing Ling Xiao to take care of them. They had to die how he said they would. This feeling was really uncomfortable. They were the dignified black and white elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe. They were once peerless experts on the divine Phoenix continent. When had they ever put Ling Xiao in their eyes? If it weren't for the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. But today, even without the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, Ling Xiao could kill them as easily as squashing a bug. They didn't understand. How long had it been? And the situation had completely reversed. Black and white elders looked at each other and saw the anger and humiliation in each other's eyes. They wanted to commit suicide. But at this moment, they couldn't even commit suicide. The Demon Liquor Sword had sealed all of their internal energy and tied them up. No matter how much hatred and anger they felt, they could only wait for death here. This was simply too painful. They clearly knew that they were about to die, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even choose the time of their death and the way of their death. Really, this was the sorrow of the weak. For the first time, they clearly tasted it. Inside the barrier, Feng Ming Qishan was still trying his best to break the array. The Dark Sword domain under the Dark Hell Ghost Sword Array continued to pressure Feng Ming Qishan. However, it couldn't hurt the other party. Feng Ming Qishan was too powerful. It was difficult for the Dark Sword domain alone to work. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this result. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.